Hi, Kit. How you doing? Okay, so I think I figured out the issue. I think the issue is that OBS does not like this game. Probably gonna see your model and say hi because I have to get ready for work. I'm having issues. Every time I full screen the game, it is dropping frames, and so I think I have to play it not full screen, which is annoying because it's a visual novel, and visual novels should be full screened. But yeah, everything looks stable now, so I guess we just gotta play the game this way, guys. I apologize for all the notifications you guys probably got for me turning on and off the stream every 3 seconds. I apologize for that. But I have the game figured out now, I guess. So you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and start back from the beginning. If the game's gonna make me play it in fucking if the game's gonna make me play it in fucking windowed mode, I'll play it in windowed mode. I ain't no bitch. Let's do this. I think I need to put the star on it. Okay. All right, let's try this again, Neil. Hello. So basically, when I skipped that, when I skipped the intro basically was like, oh hey, yeah, we got a mission for you. Go to this place, figure out what happened. There's an AI there that'll help you. That's it. Do the thing. All right. This is the AI that we're talking to. Oh my word! An external connection. Is someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh jeez, I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hayune. The star is, of course, silent. It just represents that I am an AI. I control all law-keeping systems on Mangahwa, or at least what's left of them. I can't pronounce that, I don't know Korean. Please just excuse me for 1 second, I'll give you terminal so you can respond. There you go. Go ahead and introduce yourself. And this doesn't work. Jeez. My apologies. I don't know why, but what you just typed looked like garbage to me. That's bad. I think there may be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between my terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this? I can understand. Alright. Very well. We have that, at least. I'm afraid if we can't get text input fixed, that will just suffice. I'm terribly sorry. This must be difficult being unable to say anything. This might be difficult, though. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to help you navigate these records anyway. I wish I could find a job to work from home. Have you tried temp agencies? Okay. Just temp agencies have a lot of jobs that you can work from home from. Like if you're confident in your data entry, which is literally just copying and pasting things into other things. Don't worry though, it's my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best. Right, let me see. I'll provide you with a sampling of blocks to start out with. You can just show me the things that you want more information on. I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, that's all I suppose. Pardon me, let me just build an interface to work with, so you don't have to struggle with the terminal. By the way, Kit, we have more sound alerts now. I will try to see if they have anything, but in Cali, all they really have is warehouse jobs. Kit, there's jobs everywhere, I promise you. And trust me, niggas don't want to work in no warehouse. I suppose it's a bit awkward, but can I just say one more thing before you get to work? Yes. I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Nice new 3D model. Thank you, Yamazaki. Having someone to talk to is just really, really amazing. I thought maybe I'd never be able to again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but still. That scared the shit out of me. Ah, geez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough for you. Okay, so let's access the documents and start with block 4. Man, I haven't even done anything. I'm already almost out of tea. So technically, because I had the save file from before, this is not new. Or maybe it was never new, I don't know. But I'm gonna read it again because this is a new thing. Yo, Avatar, thank you, No Need. How you doing today? Smith Kung Sam. When our family falls into decline, I just want to be perfectly clear why. It's because Daihyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. The song is now playing in my head. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling me unfilial, but I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors, but my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. This has been in motion for years now. It was an inevitability, even that any sons of Daihyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it has been well hidden. Only now it's starting to fall apart. Aside from me being annoyed with the game, because the game won't let me full screen it, otherwise I start dropping frames. The game is Korean, Yamazaki. Apart in any way to no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I'm returning to Seng-jung's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers: Seng-jung, the drunk; Seng-kyu, the dim-witted brute; and Seng-min, who despite being the eldest, seems to have no interest in cavorting with courtesans and creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the mourning proceedings was Seng-kyu. What he was doing, I don't know. Knowing him, I can only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Seng-min and his widowed mother's insistence that Seng-jung had died of natural causes. Apparently, they'd even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense on the official record. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try to hide the obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smith family's fall. Kit, why? Have a nice time at work. Oh, hello. I was just testing to see if the indicator, to see if it would get your attention. I just thought that it would be a good way of letting you know when I have something to say.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
The bot is not on, unfortunately, but I mean, if I think it's super important, I can always just interrupt you, but I don't want to distract you if I can help it. I mean, that sucked, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you in the middle of you trying to work? So, I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess work. Carry on. I'll set the indicator again if I want to tell you something. Okay. Are you in the army or some kind of academy? I'm not entirely sure what we are. All I know is that we're salvaging information from some kind of ship. Oh, that's all that's here. Block 4. Block 6. From the AI mute. They told us that the star indicates an AI. Smith Hyung Sam. Damn. Do you read One Piece? I do not. I have intended to read One Piece for a while now. I stopped in college when I got to the arc where the motherfucker's in the sky, and I haven't picked it up since. I don't know why you insist on putting this on the writing when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it. Whatever you want, you're the man. I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Anyway, as to your question, you're spot on about Pale Bride being the focus of attention in the royal family. Not for reasons you wanted, though. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true. The girl? That girl? A troublemaker? No way. I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl is the most polite, most obedient person I've ever seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is so completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never seen such a... I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. I'm sorry, there's just no way you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic a situation as it gets, especially not compared to what the situation with your cousin and the courtesan. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. The girl is just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure, to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own. But she also gets along perfectly with the queen. Of course, she commands all the attention of the emperor. Like you can blame him. I'm sorry, but there's no way he's ever going to be anything but extremely grateful to the Kim family for giving her over. Okay. We're done with Block 6 then. Hyena still has nothing to say though. The new heir, King Young Seok. Seok? I can't pronounce Korean, so I apologize if I butcher this. Okay, Kim Young Suk. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor with the U. It's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was far worse than the fate that he deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly, we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. Of all things, peasant disputes. Hi, Naomi. You actually managed to get past all of the gross setup that I had to do because, you know, OBS does not like the game when it's in full screen. So that was annoying. But I figured out what the issue was. It was the game. It didn't like being in full screen, so now we're in windowed mode. Hopefully it's big enough for you guys, and I'm reading everything. How are you today? You also didn't miss much. With the poverty we lived in, no wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realized that they too were suffering from the same lack of royal favor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at the time, and even though he was a child at half my age, I could believe in his confidence. It put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. What's this game and what's it about? I don't know what it's about yet, but this is a visual novel. It's very interactive because it made me do choose your own adventure shit at the beginning. At the moment, the only thing that I know is that we came to this place in space to salvage as much information as we can, and there's an AI trying to help us do that. But their son died later that year, and my father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what we were going to do, but Mother managed to convince sister's husband to adopt me into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. You're an alien? No one said anything about aliens. So now I'm heir, just like that, Kim Jong-soo's adopted son. Now that I have the time or position to be proud. Not that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. I won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream. High Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. I will think Jung-soo's expectations expects me to disappoint him, but I damn well not. I damn well will not. If I'm heir to the Kim family, I'm not going to let him down. He wants prosperity, I'll give it to him. More importantly, I'm never going to let any other Kim's son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again. I swear on my ancestors, never again. You said you came to this place from space. It's the future, Naomi. That doesn't mean we're aliens. Okay? This is not at the top. This is at the bottom, which is interesting. Ryu Jae Hwa. Again, if this is Korean, I can't speak Korean. I don't even know what Korean sounds like. So if I butcher pronunciations, I'm sorry. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be my second wife, but you are still the daughter of the noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith in you, has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. As proof of his affection to you, let me share with you one secret which I have permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, he has permanently changed his admin password to your birthday. The admin password is her birthday. That was important because I couldn't access a computer before. You guys didn't see that because I was having issues, but I couldn't access the computer before. So is the name Ryu, or is the name Ryu Jae Hwa? My new sister, you will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lowly woman, but as a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only be represented. We will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, pale bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved. Alright, I'm going to ask the AI about this, which is block 10. But I'm going to go through everything before I ask her anything. Helpful notes. A cliche to remember. Namjoon Yobi. Yobi? I don't know. Men are honored, women are abased. What does abased mean? If you can remember one thing, remember this phrase. Men are honored, women are abased. Okay, so this is the family tree. Alright, maybe I can figure this out though. Where's Jae Hwa? Jae's Pale Bride. Oh, they don't have names here. Shit. This just says Jungsu's son. And then the Pale Bride. Thank you for turning the bot on, Landy. It means humble. Okay. So men are honored, women are humble. That's kind of sexist. I don't like that. Kim Joo-seo, Hyun Min married in 294. Kim Min Park Kang married in 312. Kim Sung Hee Hyun married in 316. The Pale Bride, Captain Yu. Her name is the Pale Bride, but I don't know her name to access the computer. I got the vibe reading about the sister wife. Don't say sister wife, that implies incest. It is a second wife, and that she's calling a sister. You know, sister in marriage, I guess. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from the records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Young Suk is the heir of Jung-soo, who was adopted in 317. Names in red are women, means the name is forever unknown. So, red names are women, and the red name also means that the name is forever lost. Too much text even for a visual novel? I disagree. I think the point of this is it's a mystery game, as well as a visual novel. So I think it's trying to do something different. Also, this game came out in like 2012. And I played Tsukihime. Tsukihime had a fuck ton of text. Okay, let's ask about Block 10. I wanted to ask her about Block 10. Landy's confirming that it had a bunch of fucking text. I thought sister wives are just people who married to the same man. It might be. I don't like the way that it's phrased, though. Of course, the last person to hold the titles Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu In. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to know more about? The Pale Bride, please. Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be trickier to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top, and I'll let you figure out what's important. It was my first VN, and I was about to skip everything playing it because of people talking and how much reading it was. Yeah, no, Tsukihime had a fuck ton of text. In a polygamous society, any of the women married to the same man is a sister wife. Okay, well, you are correct, and you can continue referring to them as sister wife. I just won't like it. Okay, she didn't really have much to say on it. Oh, Block 5. We started new on Block 5. Oh, she pulled this up. Excellent. The second month of the 319th year was one of the greatest fortunes for the Kim family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marriage age gifted to him to take as a second wife. This is the Pale Bride, right? I asked for information on the Pale Bride, and the AI gave it to me. Hyune gave me the information that I wanted. Got it. His first wife had been unable to provide a son and was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in the family to give. My only son, Young Seok, I think I said that right, was still without child. Yet it was it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it's true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg, a translucent lustry, since that one can see the form of sleeping child inside. She is known as the Pale Bride. From the inscription on the egg, she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during the time of great prosperity. Yet, as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter is to provide the emperor with a son, would elevate the family above the other noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter that would be soon of marriage age to present to him. And I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years, could be adopted as my own daughter. She is a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the emperor. What a good fortune this means. Wait, does that mean that is not actually her daughter? I'm confused. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, Young Seok, was still without child. It is perfect opportunity. Passed on to the generations of the main branch of the Kim family. Of the Kim family is a giant egg, translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. So she broke. So this person, which is I think the first wife, maybe. So broke the egg, and then the quote unquote sleeping child came out and became the second one, known as the Pale Bride. I'm gonna ask her about this. Sorry, taking a sip of my tea. I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of very little value. It all reads like that. Boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you really want to know more from Kim Jong-soo? I mean, yeah. If you insist. Very well, I've edited other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you in taking him seriously, though. Okay, so that's more from him. So this is from the Pale Bride herself. Dear Diary, the week I woke up in... The last week I woke up from cryostasis before I went in. Father promised me that when I went up in the future, they'd have medicine again, that I'd finally get better, that I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke its promise. I'm scared and confused, and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong, nothing is better, the future sucks. Oh, so they woke her up too early. I don't know what's going on here, but they woke her up too early. Hey, do we have more entries on the Pale Bride? The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries. Thank you. The insufferable child. So this is the wife. Dearest mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her though. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I've ever met. Wow. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace with Young Seoks. I can't pronounce Korean. I've said this before and I'm going to keep saying it. Adopted mother visiting her own family. I have been given full responsibility over the miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss? She's in trouble so often, one would think she were a boy. That's sexist as well. She acts like one too. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past, and I can see it. She suddenly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Interesting. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept trying rudely to leave the table from in front of Young Seoks and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat. She said this before too. I was worried, so I had the doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When I asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not. What did I say? She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she's far more delicate and beautiful than I. But a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me? So the wife is very upset that the Pale Bride is beautiful and perfect, except she's not beautiful and perfect. She has to deal with all the unsightly things, and it falls to her responsibility every time the Pale Bride acts out. Alright, the Pale Bride. So what are you guys getting from this? What are you guys trying to, what are you guys, collecting on this one? Today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day. I want to write about how much of this ship has changed since I was put in stasis, but I can't even see it. Oh, okay, so I said this was the future, but I didn't understand when this took place since this is the year 319. So she got put into egg stasis, and they were on a ship the whole time, and she got waken up out of stasis early, so she can become the bride. But I mean, I understand why, but why would they put in stasis? Or was the Pale Bride put in stasis? But I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner, and no one will tell me. The woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here. I keep telling her I'm sick. That's why I was in stasis to begin with, but she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. Oh, she's actually sick. I tried to argue with her. Look how pale I am. Can't you see that I'm sick? I swear I'm not making up that she said in response. I swear I'm not making up what she said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty? Bitch, I tried not to cry in front of her. I had to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system. I shouted at her and ran away. So because she got put in stasis because she was sick. And she was going to wait for the future, I assumed, so they'd have better medicine. But if they were waiting for her to have better medicine, why is everyone, like, in the past for her? Like, even if she was only in stasis for, like, a couple of years, they would still have slightly better medicine than they did before, right? So, there's no reason why they would not know what a compromised immune system would be. I don't remember what she said back. Something about something using big words. I think how stupid she is. She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the shit plaza, though. Jung-soo, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me that I could have a chance to leave soon, though. I don't think he was being nice, though. I'll write more about him later. Right now, I have to go to bed, or that woman will be mad at me again. There's also times on the side here, but I'm not really sure what they mean, so I'm just kind of ignoring them. I got in trouble today, but for the first time, it was my own fault, a little bit at least. I still think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write that, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing? So she's being brainwashed a little bit. The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it yet. I don't just mean that it doesn't have cartoons I brought from Earth, or any of my books, or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing for me to entertain myself with at all. Nothing. So I thought to myself that maybe sister-in-law might be different and checked. It wasn't. So instead, I decided to go check it before the study. Not snipping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I had a thought that it might be bad, but my real father never would have gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes looking for anything that was even written in Korean. There was nothing. By the way, every single book, symbols that look like Chinese characters. Every one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past. They made all the computer data get deleted, and everyone forgot how to read Korean. Sorry, I'm thinking. So, she's trying to find anything in Korean, but everything looks Chinese to her. So if everything looks Chinese to her, does that mean that they're all talking about Japan then? They're on a Japanese ship? How did she get on a Japanese ship? Because I'm sure other languages borrow from Chinese characters, but the only language I know that for a fact does that is Japanese. I don't think I'll ever find... And also they all got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why. It just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes searching through the console. When Young Suk walked in, I thought he was going to get angry, but actually he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out. He just looked really worried. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told her, "Do you have any idea where she was?" She was in the... Do you have any idea where she was? She was in the men's quarters looking through father's computer. Do you have any idea how he reacted if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her. And she apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I didn't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, he gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why would you go into the men's quarters? Why would you go looking for books? Why would you be so unfilial? I don't know what that means. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Hold on. Google Senpai. Not having or showing qualities associated with a son or daughter. So, unfilial in this case means disrespectful. Do you really not understand that you're a girl? Sexist. I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl. But I had no idea what he was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured me more. I hate her so much. So this person came from a place where there was no gender norms. And now she's being told to be put in her place. And obviously she's like, what the fuck? I don't understand. The nightmare was gone. The nightmare has gone for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight down. I decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do just so I can remember. That's not actually a bad idea. As time goes on, she probably will actually forget what her life used to be like. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave home and go visit the plaza or anywhere else in the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I'd like. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I don't know. I'm so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and speak up for myself. I'll read this and I'll see what the AI has to say. Did he really say that? Am I being sarcastic? Of course. But the thing is, sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think if I just was obedient to the sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. Maybe I should give in and just be passive. Just sometimes I'm scared though. What if I end up really behaving like that, believing that? Say, before you keep going, can I interrupt you for a couple of minutes? Sure. Thanks. Well, you're finding out so much about the Munganghua, but I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. It's not just that there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either. But the ship is all... Wait. It's not just that there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either, but the ship is all I really know, and it's been disconnected from other civilization for so long. So you're from the United Korean Space Probe Agency, right? Or I guess maybe a future version of it? Yes, we are, in fact, from that, I believe. Right, of course. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet where we all come from. But I don't really know anything about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you would know what it's like, right? I mean, I guess. Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics. Like, it's a big sphere that everyone lives on, and there's unimaginably vast amounts of open space. Nope. There should be. There's not. We built cities and everything. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky all just looks blue during the day. That's correct. All of this is just what I know from the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second generation, born on the ship after it had long left Earth's star system. Why were they on a ship to begin with? But her parents were born on Earth, so she heard some stories from them when she was young. And I think they brought a lot of books or movies with them. I don't know, I'm just a little skeptical given she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. Probably destroyed the Earth. As usual. Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think that's what happened here. What can I actually ask you in a yes or no question? I didn't realize how hard this would be. Well, alright. So the Munganghua was originally supposed to be establishing a colony of some sort, or other... establishing a colony at some star or other 100 light years away, and I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships succeed where we didn't? Or is it still just Earth? Haji, you ended your stream? Because I furrow my brow in confusion a lot, and because that's what I do when I'm angry, the AI gets confused when it's tracking my face, so I just look angry. Stream was brokey. So was mine. I fixed mine though. Well, I worked around mine. I didn't really fix it. What was wrong with your stream? Internet said not today. Okay. In that case, since you've been having internet issues, do you want to test Streets of Rage before we do it Saturday? I didn't expect that to be in all caps. By the way, chat, we have more sound alerts. So have fun with those. Just try not to scare me too bad. I'm gonna say it's just Earth, because at the moment it is in fact just Earth. Oh, then I guess it must be awfully unusual that you're so far away then. Oh, I know. Is it really true that on Earth seasons aren't just metaphors? Like, oh, this sounds silly that I actually put in the words. But the Pale Bride seemed to think that winter was just something that happened to you emotionally on Earth. It was when actually an entire part of the planet turned frigid. That's a happening sort of basis in reality? Yes. Wow, my word, that's amazing. Seriously? That sounds like I can't even imagine it. What else was there? Oh, there was the city there that her parents were from. I think it was called Pyongyang. They described it as being amazing. You looked up, all you see were these huge, bright white buildings as tall as 100 or more decks. And on the I'm not sure the word for this. It means sort of the bottom deck. Anyway, they said at the bottom the streets were lined with willow trees and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. The streets were lined with willow trees and the tops were... Okay. Have you been to that city before or heard of it? I've not heard of that city, but I do know of cities. Oh. Well, maybe it doesn't really exist then. That doesn't mean... Just because I haven't heard of it... What did I just say about scaring me? Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not like a real thing. Still, it's an amazing thought. Like, they said they met on one of those gardens up in the sky and fell in love at first sight. That's pretty cool. I guess the gardens probably aren't real and maybe love at first sight isn't either. But geez, it's awfully romantic, isn't it? That's really my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being so romantic about? I don't know. Guys, do you think Earth's worth bonding over? I mean, I think it is. But I'll do a chat thing. I like your model. Thank you, Budgie. I like your email. This is such an interesting game for it coming out in fucking 2012. Like this looks like, aside from like the actual like character art, this looks like this could have came out like this year. Ah. Well, I guess I was already wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I? They're just, well, please humor me once more, then I promise I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth? It's possible. Ah, well, thank you for saying that. It just sounds so romantic that I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks. Did she say something different and the text changed? Very well, I promise I'll stop wasting your time. So, what do you want to ask me about? I don't think I wanted to ask you anything about this specifically. Let's see, the wife. Dear Diary, today I found out that why the household servant, I still can't believe I even have one, why, has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago, I would have thought that it sounded sinister. Now I know better. It does sound sinister. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like that either. I don't care about this. I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons, can't we do something else, like going back to sewing? I've always loved cosplay, let's do that. How is she in the past? Like, this is the future, how did we get back to the past? We're not Samurai Jack. I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this. 2. It's very important. Your father is concerned too, so take it seriously, please, young miss. Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly why I said what I said to prompt her next response along the lines of why is it important or something. I don't remember what I said, just her response, which gave me a ring. So you'll make a good wife, of course. Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her that I didn't want to. Maybe I told her that I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at it himself when it was time to care about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Don't be silly, she said, as if I was obviously joking. Your father really is worried about your marriage next year. Now it's not the time to joke around on the matter. My what? I asked her. Oh my, she said. He never told you? I'm sorry, forgive me, pretend I said nothing. I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he'd want to explain the happy news himself. Are you fucking serious? I asked. The idea didn't make any sense, but since when did anything in this hell make sense? She said, yes, you're going to be so happy to hear who it is. He better explain himself, as I shouted to start off. He fucking better. Okay, so this is Kim Jung-soo, which I don't remember who that is, but it's not the Pale Bride. The Pale Bride grew up to be a fine, demure young wife, but she was not always this way. Oh, this is the... Okay, is this... I gotta look at the notes again. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. I hate that so much. Do not look upon her wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. What the fuck? Rather, look upon an eventual submission as a testament to her good character and filiality. Filiality. I don't know what that word means either. Filial. Of due from a son or daughter. That's why I don't fucking know what that word means. One, I'm an only child, so I don't have responsibilities of a son or daughter. I just have responsibilities as a child, so the word, but does that make sense? That didn't make sense. I'm sorry. That she would be able to uncover such a wild nature. Overcome such a wild nature. For the sake of the Kim family and the sake of her husband. One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with a deputy. We need to talk, she demanded loudly while I indicated I was busy. Okay, now I understand what's going on. So in terms of progression, everything is in order. So in terms of orders, things happening, everything is in order. So I, as a reader, understand what's happening in sequence. That only caused her to become even louder. Right now! Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child. Is this a joke? Are you serious? You've made wedding plans? She shrieked at me. Please calm yourself, I told her, and sat her down. After admonishing her for the rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her down. It seemed that she had a rather bizarre expectation that she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman, that she would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity. That she would have no that threw me off. That would have no assistance for protection and finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous. As for this, she had gotten angry at the news, rather than the excitement that one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be to the emperor of all people would call her. So I guess from their perspective, this is all very weird. Oh, she had something to say. I'm sorry. Hey, I just want to say thanks for paying attention to me. Okay. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around, the ship was the year 322, by my count. It's now 944. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? That is a long-ass time. It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, I just started to sink in the loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful, you never like it, but you get used to it. Ways that sort of scare you. there was a whole 100 years that went by and I didn't have a single thought. Not one. I just sat there idle. This is why I don't want to be fucking immortal. I used to really want to be immortal, but like assume that I'm like functionally immortal and functionally invincible, so nothing can kill me, right? If the fucking when the eventual heat death of Earth happens, I'm still going to be alive in space, just fucking drifting, and eventually I'm just gonna have to stop thinking, and that scares me. I didn't even notice. Just I had been feeling particularly what's the word? Sleepy? I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is I was in a lazy mood and I decided to call my clock's subroutine, and it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Let's talk to my AI. Hey Google, how long is 3 trillion milliseconds? 95.066 years. So 3 trillion milliseconds is about 95 years, a little over that. So the last time you called your subroutine, it had been 95 years. Oh, jeez, I'm rambling. Sorry. As you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out here. Let me just speak to you. Can we just talk? Oh, hi. Say, do you mind taking a break for a couple minutes just to chat? I don't mind. Go ahead. Thanks, I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do, and that's alright all the same. What? I'm glad you're reading these logs, though, even if you don't really care. It's better than nobody from the outside ship ever seeing them, which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please tell me, what do you think about what you've read about the Pale Bride? It's tragic, really. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. No one else seemed to think so. There's something, well, here. I've added another message for you. Just, well, why don't you read it yourself? At least use my real name. Aha! Got her name. Okay. This week I've tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work. Obviously, the plus side, at least I figured out where the stupid name they keep calling me came from. Sorry, that last bit was written yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. Just kept crying. I still wouldn't be, but, well, it just gets exhausting after a while. I'm too tired to cry. Things are going to get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back into stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. How old is she? Is she 16? Why did I ever be frozen in the first place? If the future can't make me better, I'd just rather die with my family there at least, rather than these awful kids. I wonder if they'll realize I was right after I die. Anyway, hunger strike. It's really hard, and I kind of cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody's looking, but at least I convinced Father to listen to me. Why? He said, by fourth dinner time. I'll show you why I can't. Up until he said that, I've been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought, but... Sorry, I guess I've been trying to write this for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to go see the egg I hatched from. His stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, it turned out to be true. Yeah, they broke that shit. In order to get me out, he had smashed apart the glass with a hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time was right to bring you into this world, he said. I don't remember what I said. Something obscene, probably. It wasn't enough. I know it's hard, Pale Bride, but it is for a greater purpose. You know what, man? I can't imagine just people just not using my name and then expecting me to do exactly what they want. This sounds like slavery is what this fucking sounds like, and I don't like this. I mean, and I guess technically in a way it is a form of fucking slavery, isn't it? I just don't like it. It feels gross. She's like, there's a thing in to steal Cutting Links' idea. It's like to steal his armchair psychology, where basically you're put in a situation where you can do nothing, and because you can do nothing, you become helpless, and that learned helplessness you had makes you depressed, and this is what she's going through, and that's really sad. I think the situation that we learned in the psychology class that I took was basically they had a puppy. It was a dog. I'm gonna say puppy to make it sadder. It was they had a puppy, and anytime the dog did something, they'd shock the dog, and so eventually the dog just stopped doing anything. And that's literally what's happening right now. What's the point of arguing? It was broken, and nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pod now. That's true. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing at the inscription by my real father had left in the pod. A message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese characters. His idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath. See, the old man told me. The rest is foreign and archaic. Wow, but it names you right at the top, the Pale Bride. It didn't say that. It didn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You idiot, you moron, you illiterate, probably some other things too. I can't remember exactly. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter. Sick daughter, you illiterate monster. It says sick daughter, me. He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me. And if I can't read simple Korean script. As if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked if I, in the smugglest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I already told him 1,000 times. Hyune. My name is Hyune. That's the fucking AI. That's the fucking AI. So why is she an AI now? Why is this woman an AI now? Yeah, there's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess you're going to ask, and yes, it's me. Well, you asked for all these logs, right? That's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I just thought, well, I thought it would be easier just to pretend to be a log-keeping program rather than explain the whole situation. I don't really wish to drag out the point, but you've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. It's obviously, really, well, a re-enabled admin access. Just, please, be honest with me. What is it you wanted to know about? Fuck, man! It's a trick question. This is a fucking trick question. This is a goddamn trick question because I started wanting to know about her name, and then as I got further and further into it, I just completely forgot about her name entirely. I just started reading. So I can't answer this just like this. God damn it, man. And there are multiple endings, so naturally my choice here does fucking matter. God damn it, bro. Technically, I did start reading that because I wanted to know her. Really? I mean, yeah. I mean, it started off that way. I did want to know who you were, but yeah, yeah. You really mean that? Yes. Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me after so many years after what happened. It's just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would. No. Keep talking to her. What the fuck? May I ask you to do me a favor, please? There's a block of data that I can't access for some reason. I think it's been flagged so that only humans can. All I get is a sharp pain every time I try. I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, you could just type decrypt block 3. I'm typing that down. Okay. Decrypt block 3. Okay. How do I get to the terminal? Oh, use the override terminal. There it is. Do I need her full name? Was it Hina Kim? Maybe it's... Fuck. Hold on. Kim Jung. Let's try that. Kim Jung Soo. No, that's what I typed before. So there's probably one big question on your mind, isn't there? That isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened between you being frozen and waking up that made the society go all wrong, right? Right. That shit said no, I don't care. I figured. I mean, it's an obvious question. Sorry, I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid that mystery is forever lost in time. I guess that's pretty anticlimactic. Sorry. I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data was from 1 year before the year 1 was wiped and all the clocks were reset. I guess that's why it was called year 1. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between, or even how long it was in between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't know. So, yeah, really sorry to let you down there. This part's going to be a mystery forever. There's nobody who could possibly know. We just have to take it as a given. Sorry. How'd they get to the name Smith, though? Oh, we were in block 5. I'm stupid. I'm sorry, y'all. Not the good there. At least he's my real name. Hune. I'm spelling her name right. I don't understand. I don't understand. I could disable her, but why would I do that? I don't know where her last name would have originally been. I'm back. Okay, so I need to re-explain this to you, because this is gonna be a wild fucking ride, alright, Naomi? When I was talking about the Pale Bride, how much of that did you hear? What was the last thing you heard? How much do you know about her? I'm trying to find that one document that said that they put the thing in the thing. I'm going to assume right now that Mute is her daughter. Okay. She's from the past with an illness that was frozen, waiting for the future where medicine can heal her, and now she's being forced to be a sister wife, and the world is overly patriarchal when it wasn't before. Right. So, we don't know what happened and why the world's all fucking wacky, right? But we do know who that person is and what her real name is. Her real name is Hune. And do you remember who Hune is in this game? Because it's the fucking AI. I don't know how she became an AI, but her name is the control panel to super user mode. And I have to get in there, and she also wants to know what's in there. So but basically she's from a time period where everything is slightly removed. Right? They're the same person? Yes, they're the same person. Somehow she got turned into an AI, and that's who we're talking to right now. She was in stasis, which is called the giant egg. And these people don't know how to read Korean. They just called it archaic. I can't find the one thing. Was it block 6? It was not block 6. Or maybe it was. I don't know. I'm trying to find that one thing. Okay, here it is. He will be brought to this film with you, but a simple power. The captain's, the very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Your name. Unless her name isn't Hune. But it has to be, right? Is it Ryu Hune? You may. Okay, let's try Ryu Hune. Fuck. I'm not spelling her name wrong, am I? Hune. Yeah, no, I'm not spelling it wrong. I don't understand. What am I not doing correctly? On the 13th day, Young Suk finally passed the Civil Service examination. Otherwise, the final month of 318th year was without that. Nothing here. The new heir. I will wait on Block 9. Sorry, I keep doing the same thing. I'm not trying to. My menu is really bad. Am I not understanding something? It says her name is the password. Let me see. Maybe I'm not reading something. Oh, I understand. That's you. There we go. It was the way that it was formatted that was confusing. I thought it was asking me for the password. It's just saying unknown command after I type it in. Alright, we're now recognized. System error. Data corruption in AI core has been detected. Try looking now. No. Return to restricted mode. Alright. Well, let's go talk to Hune real quick. Okay, she doesn't care. She does not care that something is restricted. So she just cares about getting in there. So, let's try that. Alright, we're fixing the repairs or on the AI core. Naomi still here? Okay. So we have two available personalities. We have Hune and Mute. Now we'll wait on Mute. I'm assuming that Mute is the daughter. We will. I'm in though. I'm already running as admin. So let's try this. She wanted us to decrypt block 3. Okay, let's go talk to her now. No? Oh, hello again. Were you able to decrypt that block? Yes. Let me take a look now then. Oh, wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off of access. I wouldn't have wanted that nosy security AI to read some of these. Oh my, this is dramatic. I'm not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple of entries from there to see for yourself. But if you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else that you're interested in. So we have some more information. Oh, Sojin? Who the fuck is Sojin? These past few months have left me so very anxious for the anticipation. Year 311, which is before. This is way before. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sangman had only visited my family once, promising he would bring me home with him for sure next time. This is a person. I'm sorry. I don't like how I said that. I apologize. This is a person with a name, is what I wanted to say, not this is a person. Because the women in this don't have names. They have titles, like stuff that they call them. Like Hune was called the Pale Bride. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year now, a day hasn't gone where I haven't been thought of how beautiful he thought of me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending the night so gently in his strong hands. Looking forward to the day where I can live in his house. I can't help but be as anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. Oh boy. I know, it's a great way to think such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally his home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. My family was hardly all that poor, but a window with stars? How amazing a sight! I knew I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have the time to write as much as I used to. But I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I have been looking forward to this night for so long. I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound. Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up with the pretense of a schoolgirl librarian, like, don't you think? I mean, not really, if that's what you like to wear. Really? Why do you say that? It's a good look. Because I don't care. I'm not sure how she's going to take because I don't care. Because I don't care could be because I don't care. Like, I really don't care. But, like, I don't know. Let's go with it's a good look. Oh, well, thank you. Well, if you like it, then that's good. It's just, I was just thinking you've known I've always been into cosplay. I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits, too. Now that I'm saying this, it gets a little bit awkward, but would you like to see? Sure. Ah, well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Jeez, sorry, I'm making this really awkward. I just have, it's just that I have a thought. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute, and you might want to see them. Please don't read into it or anything. It's just like I'm just trying. Were you looking at the screen when that happened? Did she delete what she said? I just think it might be fun, that's all. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to. But it's change outfit if you really are interested. Sorry, it's just really weird thing to ask now that I think about it. Jeez, what am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that. Well, now that she said it, I'm curious. Let's go back to the terminal. I wasn't looking. So Naomi, what happened was her text box just like everything faded out for a second and then came back. I don't know if that was the game or did she change what she said. It was just a weird thing with the game, or did she change what she said? Yeah, let's try this. Change outfit. Okay. Schoolgirl default. Hanbok. Maid, detective, scientist. All right, Naomi, choose an outfit. We have school. Well, no, she's in the school route. We have handbok, maid, detective, and scientist. Choose one. Well, you choose one. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Be right back. That's not a good face for me to freeze on. Maid, why am I not surprised? Hold on one second. You really thought my body from all the way over here, huh? That's quiet. That's great. What you're saying is what thought is. But got me? Cool, you got me. Alright, so outfit. Alright, your name's not my maid. Oh. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you? So, did you decide to after all? So you did decide to after all. I'm really excited. Well, tell me, what do you think? It's adorable. Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean, I already know that I'm good looking, but... Okay, I didn't do that. She did it on her own, which means she was absolutely changing her text boxes. Aw, geez, what am I even saying? I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a really different feeling. It's, how do I put this? Well, if you think I'm cute, I'm sure you think this is the least bit embarrassing, right? A little bit. Of course, it sort of is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in any sort of position by choice, because you really... no, I still don't know how to say it. Jeez, I'm gonna stop now before I make an even bigger mess of it for myself. Would it be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to more serious stuff? I'd be happy to help you with whatever you'd like. What do you think, Naomi? Is that a winner for the maid outfit? I'm so used to working in Android now. I tried to like right click and like change it to look at her. To look at her. Okay. Okay. Hold on. To the wife of Sen-Kyu. You could probably put this in a more diplomatically than I can. But I'm pretty sure your younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. 342. You know how he is, of course. I don't have the time to deal with that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself, personally. So the captain of the ship is also the emperor. But do they know where they're going? But he said there was no position for that a man of Sen-Kyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on the last part, he already knows. I did, however, speak to Park's son. Park's son? That and was able to convince them to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I'll continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning after his damn fights. I'm working, man, so I've been lurking a little AFK. It's all good, man. Alright. Let's talk to her about this. So you're interested in the Smiths, then? Oh, very well. This is pretty much all new to me, too, actually. I hadn't really ever read much anything from their house, certainly not from her. So, just out of curiosity, what do you make of her as a new bride? She seems sweet. Yeah, I think so, too. It's really cute. It sadly doesn't really seem to last. It looks like her marriage was, well... Oh, jeez, that's not quite as bad as mine was, but I really don't envy her, poor woman. Well, if you're interested in learning more, I've just put together a family tree of the Smith family, which should help keep track of them all. I'm less certain about this one, since, you know, not my family. Anyway, I've given you a family tree, and you should go ahead and show me who you'd like to hear more about, so we can go over our logs together. Okay. Sangmin was the one that drank himself dead. Sangkyu, Sangjun, those are all the sons, and none of them are heirs, and none of them care about having names. These three were married. And I assume that they're brothers. Daehyun and Daeho are brothers. And Daeho had kids with Chen Sam, as Chen Sam, and then he had a kid, had a son with Jun Woo. I don't know. Yuna doesn't have anything to say about that. Oh, okay, cool, perfect. So what we got here? Oh, yeah, I'm not really sure what all that business is about, truthfully. But from what I understand, Smith Sangkyu had a tendency to get into trouble. He sounds really unpleasant. I don't think we have anything before. She hasn't given us anything. You can speak with her, though. So what can I do for you? Okay, we can't really speak to her. You have no new access. So let's go back to block 3. No, I don't want block 3. I want... Oh. Was it block 5? No, it's block 4. It had to be block 4, right? Yeah, block 4. That's what I wanted. Smith Sangju. I don't really know how I feel about him. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person. It's not... It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with you? But that doesn't surprise me. He just seems weird. Like, sounds like Sojin was kind of off by him. I don't really blame her. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I've added a few more things about him. Where'd you put this at? You know. A proper damn gentleman. Okay. Transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Sangju. This would be perfect if I could, like, throw up, like, the family tree somewhere on the side here. That would make this game perfect. Also, if they're that and a dart throw, because holy shit, my eyes hurt. Oh, that was how I knew shit had gotten serious. He actually agreed to let me pick from the drinking house we went to. My older 313. My older brother only ever My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on a good side. It's never a good sign. Well, I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. Haha, no, you know the sort. Tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's been stained, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, and it's a run by a woman. Nice lady, too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. But hey, it's good to see you too. So what do you want? I mean it, he said. He's a bad liar. A bad liar. So why here anyway? At that point, no one came by, asked what you like. The only real thing you need to know about Jin A is that she's around my age. She's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and she dresses like a commoner. Is she not a commoner? So you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soldier, I ordered. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true. By the way, my reputation for being a cheap drunk, completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue, I just replied, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money. That much was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving what he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Then he added. Hold on, I feel kind of gross. Okay. I'm putting on my glasses. When you see my model like drawn up, like when I look like that, it's because the tracker is not tracking my eyebrows anymore. But my eyes are. I need these. About how much to share it with you too. She blushed. Amazing. She blushed. Amazing. Really, she's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother. But I saved her the misery of having to play with bad with her. Do you really need any more kind of trouble right now? With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came. We argued about the loose definition of finest. Our servant's tits. In good old days when father was still alive, we wouldn't have to work out our problem ourselves. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here. How'd that happen? And was now drunk enough to start talking. Was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you never bothered to be one? Ouch! I said. Damn. Hurry up, pour me another. I drink to that. He poured, but didn't say anything. All right. What is it you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion because you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So, where did you put it this time, brother? I asked. But what? He replied. Oh, cut the shit, I said. We both know full well that all your problems in life have always been, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick in someone you shouldn't. He grunted in disagreement, but it was totally true. Was it at least a female this time? Swear to my father, brother was right to punch. Swear to my father, brother was right to punch. Was about to punch me. Didn't though. Instead, he downed his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hadn't bled in 2 months now. Pretty soon. I promised him I'd help him. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, a high magistrate, less suspicious that way. It involves nothing unlawful. Believe it now, a proper damn gentleman. That's me. I also don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I guess he did help his brother, but like, that's really shitty. My husband was out of the house, as he usually is during the day, so our servant fetched me instead to tell me that someone was at the door. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but had no idea how I was going to respond. What do I do? I asked her. She just responded in that unusual, shocking, crass manner of hers. Gee, I don't know, you could try answering the door maybe? Just a thought, of course. So she's sassy. I like that. So I excused her and went to do that, but with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. At the door was my youngest brother-in-law, Sang Jung, who I had now only met a few times before, although husband mentioned him often enough. Usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk. Seeing him did nothing short of compound my anxieties. Hello, sir, I stammered. Sojin, he responds with an unbelievable volume. It's great to see you. Hold on, should we give him an old man voice? It's great to see you again. Hope you don't mind my dropping in by unannounced. I just figured I haven't seen my new niece yet. It's been forever since I've been in the old house. So, well, I thought I'd drop by, just say hello to your daughter. I don't know. Sorry, my husband is at home right now. Maybe you should come back later, I said, shifting the coat. Oh, please, be a good girl. Let me come in and see her. I'm really not here for your husband. This was awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if he just wanted to see baby Minnie. But this was hardly proper. I mean, it really wouldn't be my place. Sorry, you'll have to wait until my husband gets back. I shrugged off. He rolled his eyes and smiled at me. Really? Come now, you're a smarter woman than that, he said, and put his hand on my shoulder. This had now moved into incredibly uncomfortable. You really value his authority that much? He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say? He replied. Wow, no wonder he walks all over you. If that's how you treat him. You've got a lot to learn about dealing with men, dear Sojin. Especially my brother. But come now, this is a bad conversation for a doorway. Can't I see my niece? I hear she's rather adorable. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry, I stated to close the door on him. Alright, I started to close the door on him. Excuse me. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to him myself later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Do you say hello to her mother for me, though? He said, and left my heart nearly skip a beat when he said those words. I stood there in the doorway for a good while, stunned even now. I still have so much to think about, not simply knowledge of our child's true mother. Not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, a matter of great secrecy, but also of what he said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true. What is going on here? What do you make of this? I'm really sorry, please don't get mad at me, but I really don't understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm just not getting it and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry. I just wanted to know what your opinion on it was, but if you can't find anything to make any sense of it, then it doesn't matter. Drink himself with that. As horrible as it is to say, I don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Sang Jung was found dead. No one asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinarily extreme candid Mute has been entirely softer. Mother-in-law, I understand why she's been taking it so hard, and had been working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations have been settled. But Mute, I had no idea they were so close. Yet in our last conversation, I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I had never seen her such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I had an awful confession I can make to no one. I have put on a somber face, acting as though I was sad as the rest, since that is, of course, what is expected. But it pains me to admit that I'm not. It is not as if I don't find it tragic, and I feel bad for thinking this, but I didn't know him at all. How could I possibly bring myself to feel as upset as I expected to be? Do you not have anything about this either? Okay, Smith Sang Jung. Don't really know how I feel about him. Doesn't feel like a good person. Okay, we did hear this already. But she did add more things. No, she did not. She did not add more things. Ugh, sorry, stretching out. Did you talk to her about this already? Looks like we did. Yeah, we already talked to her about this. Let's see. What's in block 6? What was this about? This is from me herself. I'm having to deal with everyone. Possibly explain trauma here. What's this about? Yeah. Oh, written by you? Oops, I'm sorry. I don't really know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay attention to any of that. Sorry, none of that really matters. I just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally such a klutz, I swear. Well, now I wish I had, like, read it over. Yeah, so as you can see, the tracking is making me look angry. But it's just not tracking my eyebrows because my glasses are covering them. Kinda wish I read that again, because now it's gone. New heir. Did I read this already? When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this at disrespect his honor, but we far worse. It wasn't until I was 16 that I realized I was supposed to be a family. Okay, what do you have to say about this? I remember this one. I suppose I can give you more about young Suk. I don't think you'll find it very interesting, but here, you can look for yourself. Okay, here we go. Young Suk. Dearest mother, finally, I believe young Suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over her husband's children isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. That's impressive that you were been able to do that at all. It sucks that you had to, but I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him. You're not really spending time with him, you're just in the room when he's in the room. That's not spending time with people. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what marriage is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well, and I like him. Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, young Suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a poor harvest. I think I will tell the magistrate that his farmer is right. His claim is fair, he told me. May I take a look? I asked, and bemused, he handed me the papers to me. It took a good while of studying just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband. He's right. But farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up, and I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had him explain. Then you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord? Yes, I did. That's what I reported to him. The next day, he told me that the magistrate agreed. Ever since then, he started to rely on my opinion, even when it comes to anything involving math. He started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math. Well, that's good. Oh, actually, that reminds me. You know, the Smith brother who seemed, well, kind of brutish? Well, it turns out he actually did cross paths with young Suk. I thought maybe you might be interested in her. So I've added a log about him, written by his wife. Sounds pretty unpleasant. sorry, I'll let you get back to what you wanted to talk about. I thought that you might see something you were interested in. While it's true that it might be, as my web suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal at a means cultivating Magistrate's Park's trust even more. Just having an invitation alone is a pretty good sign. Assume we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led the other way. Jesus Christ! Oh, you do not want to visit here. My son has a newborn child who's very, very conducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid. He said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. He said he's headed to the plaza. Outside the occasional New Year's festival when I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so it was surprising to see just how richly decorated everything was. For what was essentially a giant market, beautiful floor arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion for a crowd, I could hear what was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market that were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of prices on signs I saw and be a blush. I, had a stroke reading. That's fine. In the atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is. I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it would be great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming. I remained calm since I'm good at that, but it is the best news I've heard in my time. I will wait to talk to her about this. I am going to change her outfit because I'm curious what else she does. Handbag. What is a handbag? They're not dressed up in the Pale Bride's handbag. Alright. Oh. She also said no. So, that's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me. Is that it? Now that you know that I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one? No. Oh, that's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess it was on the computer already because I wore this when I was still alive. I never liked it, not one bit. I always wanted to wear fun things, but instead I had to wear this on. I still don't like it. But I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff. Well, go ahead. Let's get back to work. Well, if she doesn't like it, I'm not going to make her wear it. She looks nice in it, though. Detective? Hey! Nah, I knew a damn it was trouble the moment they connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. I mean, what do you think? Make a cute side quick. Well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off of a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter, since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it's a favorite. I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, that and it had a really cute guy fighting girl. Anyway, he dressed like this, and it looked really great. Psychic, huh? I like that a lot. So about the whole look, you really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts like a guy then? Why the fuck would I care? Well, I think it's really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know, the part that's really sort of funny, I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotion, I mean literally. I've never worn, I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Oh, well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop blabbering again. Just really excited, that's all. I suppose I should really let you get back to work. Lead on, investigator. Your trusty sidekick will help as best she can. She's adorable. I'll let her. Alright, let's leave her like that for a while. Dearest mother, I could really use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently on some business that he won't even share with me. That sounds like cheating. I understand his reluctance to talking about things his superior has sworn him to secrecy on, and that damn child has been keeping me plenty busy anyway. That's not a good way to talk about your kid. But I still wish he could tell me. Last night he was out even later than normal, and when he finally did return, he had a black eye. His face and hands bloodied. His looked really bad. The sight of that really scared me. Of course, you know, of all people aren't, but I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. Okay, it was how hurt. I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked the husband what happened. He was reluctant to answer, but grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did, and you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me. You understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even a father, but I truly need advice. I have some questions for the High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother, Smith Sang Q, to answer. That's the dumb, nasty one. My husband trailed off, thinking. I asked him something that he didn't agree with. I had the more high standing, but he had the physical high standing. His wounds clean. I didn't know what to do, but touched the uninjured part of his face to comfort him. When he jokes, turns out his argument hurt a lot more than mine. But I could tell underneath he was truly hurt. What do I do, mother? How am I supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best I can, but I just don't know what else I can do. Mother, please, you have some advice. Ah, yes, we have to cater to his fragile male ego. She doesn't know what she is saying that, which is fine. Okay. If you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed the Emperor for the position of magistrate. He's taking over the office of magistrate starting today, which is a tremendous for a man of his age. I believe they said he was young. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family had held a small feast to celebrate the news, and had some same attitude too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we'd stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, he wasn't boastful, he was just outright insecure. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it was all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him. I said, oh, that's talking about Hunach. I don't want to say credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it. Please, mother, don't ever ask me why. Doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because High Magistrate part, and I managed to make Smith look so bad he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damn pale bride. He said with annoyance. So they're treating her as the prodigal child. Well, that's how he is. You'll know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied. I know, I just wish he'd acknowledged it. I just don't know how he can be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know? I know, I said, but let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to a new match to Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast. Instead, he put down his glass. That's sad. For a moment, I was worried, but then he used the hand to grab my chin, and for the first time ever, he kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than anyone. So, I wasn't sure if he meant to kiss me or the success, but I agreed either way. I don't know how I feel about that. That's how it always seems to go. It always comes back to me. Before you, I'm not sure how I feel about him. Like, sure, he's insecure, and like, sure, it makes sense. Like, his superiors are taking credit for all of his work, and then, of course, this fucking, in his eyes, this random ass girl is taking credit for all the work that he didn't, that he did, and she has actually nothing to do with the situation. Of course, he feels some type of way about that, but I don't like the idea that I don't know, it just feels like he's like using his wife to make him feel better as opposed to like talk to them as a person. I'm so confused by the story because I'm not focused enough. You know what, let's talk about it, Naomi. What are you confused on? Because me talking to you will probably help you figure out some stuff. I understand nothing. Give me something more specific so I can talk about it. I don't know who anyone is. So right now we're looking at the Smith family. I'm not sure who specifically we're looking at because I don't remember the family tree, but or how they relate to each other. All I know is that this family's in life story or whatever you want to call it comes before Hyuna was broken out of her egg. Or her, I guess her chamber or whatever you want to call it. Her capsule? That's all I know about this. All I know is that whatever we're reading right now takes place before this. I have no idea how it connects to anything, and I think that's the point. But, well, I said all of it, but not all of it, because this happens, this current part that we're at right now has happened while she's married to the Emperor, and that's why she's saying everything comes back to me. I don't think King Jing-Su ever thought very much of his adopted son, or at least neither he nor his wife thought so. You want to know what I would think, though? What do you think, Hugo? I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like I ever did anything. It's not my fault. I just happened to be there. I was married off to a political gesture. Married off as a political gesture. It's not like I even wanted to. What kind of person projects their insecurities onto someone who only ever just got pushed around? Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little bit off track. Not that it's really helpful. It is. Well, anyway, getting back on track here. Okay, actually, this is 322, which is fairly after they got married. The Hyuna and the Emperor. And this person is complaining that he's not getting credit at work, which is odd. Well, not that it's odd that he's getting complained about, but it's odd that we're seeing. The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was a big place for celebrating the festivals, and it's really surprising to see. You leave one of the few tiny modern stark white corridors that led to it. Then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing open. So I think at the point what we're doing right now, Naomi, is we're just learning history so we can get like context for everything. Why are you talking to her about this? Talk to her about that. Did I talk to her about everything? Okay, not this. I believe young Sek has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time to earn his trust. Okay, yeah, alright. To be totally honest with you, I don't know what you're talking about here. Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Can I look at that again? Yeah. I thought what she was gonna say. I don't know what you're looking for here. What she said wouldn't matter. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's woman's work. It's just natural. What? Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but well, it's not that weird. Part about learning to read isn't basically an iPad. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over a brother or husband's shoulder is really, really common. It's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's a 15-year-old woman. Okay, so yeah, that's the one where she's like learning to. She's excited that this woman's helping. She's excited that she's helping with math, helping her husband with their business ventures, and she learned to read. Talked about this. That line always gets me. Twangerine, how you doing today? Talk about this. And we talked about this. Alright, what else do we have? I need to go back to the blocks. Block 10, I guess? What is this one about? To the woman who will marry my husband, please. Okay. I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't. I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read. That's sad. You know, that's sad. Play Despacito. Did I talk to her about everything? No, I did not. Past few months have left me very anxious. Anticipation in the past, feeling ceremony, music, and family. Okay, yeah, this is about them getting married. Yeah. Here, I'll cut right to the, I was gonna say the interesting part, but that's kind of awful, isn't it? I mean, given we're talking about real person's life, jeez, this is a bit uncomfortable. The poor girl goes from being cute and excited to, well... Also, Twangerine, if you see my model is like frowning right now, it's because I'm covering my face with glasses. I have some blue light glasses because this game is very, very bright. It's hurting my eyes. So if you see me just go like for no reason, it's because the tracking is not capturing my eyebrows. What I mean is she got jaded really quickly. Her family situation sounds like really awkward arrangement. I'll show you later. Let me know what you think after you've read that. Oh, this part. Cool. I cannot believe just 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the spend home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. Oh, is it okay? Trouble in paradise? I find it funny. The first time I realized that I would have to compete for his affections with every common woman that every course that he came across, I was so shocked. Oh no. The first time he brought one home, I cried for a week, and Jesus Christ, I can't imagine being in a situation like this. And mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it is my fault for not being enough for him. I can't imagine being in a situation like that. Now I realize the insanity of her reason, as if she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had a right to be shocked was me. By the way, Twangerine, if you don't mind me asking, how did you find it? Because I put the game title down, but when you search it specifically from this game, is this a popular game? Still a struggle for his attention, but now it is all but now. If the truth is to be told, this is something I would tell not mother-in-law, nor Mute, nor at least the one my husband. But I do not even fight for his affection for his sake. For his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive, that it isn't as though I'm likable. Any affection he gives is simply an attempt at fishing. Fishing that affirmation out of him. No. This is not a popular game, but it's my fave. Well, I'm happy to play your fave. Don't answer, but my guess is that the Mute AI, or the Mute, is Hune's daughter. I haven't seen her yet. I don't know anything about Mute except she was talking to other people, but I guess is that it's the daughter. For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was it became impossible to hide that she was with child. Jungmi has been living in our house, and no visitors have been allowed to come in. It has created an incredible awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room of credit, let alone live with her. Until recently, so few words have we exchanged. I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that my child is actually mine, which, well, I've yet to give him one myself. So if that is how I'm to make up for it, then that is what I'll do. What is happening here? I don't think I understand. I thought it was going to be hard to keep up a pretense to pretend this child was my own, while the real mother lives under the same roof. Yet apparently not. As it turns out, the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. After all, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Jungmi was quite happy since she's already been brought out, in the hopes that we could pretend her son was mine. But an illegitimate daughter? Well, who cares? That's so fucked up in so many ways. First off, the idea of an illegitimate child is already kind of fucked up. But an illegitimate daughter is even more fucked up than just an illegitimate child. It would almost be funny, if not for the fact that it means I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost, but not really. Uncle Daiho. Look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you caught me at a really bad time. So Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to give her an alert like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy, but sad she couldn't see for herself. Our child was just born last week. The daughter, we decided to name her Benny. And Sojin is recovering. The doctor said that it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine for that child or my mother, by all means, you're welcome to visit. I'm sure there are no hard feelings. So, High Magistrate Smith sang Min, huh? This man is just, wow, he's a real piece of work. He just could not keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so he can get a courtesan pregnant? Wow, what kind of man does that? Please tell me you feel the same. I do. These things easier on Sojin? Man, fuck that. He's awful. I know, right? Like, especially reading the part where she was so excited to get married to him and then immediately, like, he's just not like that anymore. The idea of a woman living only for her man is just awful. Just awful. But there's only one way to make that worse, for the man to ignore her entirely. Can you imagine looking like that? I actually said specifically I couldn't imagine looking like that. Just being kept away in the women's quarters with nobody to care about you in any way. I don't think... Isn't that what happened to you? You were locked away for hundreds of years. I don't think her marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. I didn't have to worry about scandals to blow up in my family's face. There's one thing good about being. That's one thing good about being the emperor's consort, I guess. So all he ever paid attention to was women who weren't his wife, and all of his assorted businesses. Here, I'll show you what all that is. Looking at this, it feels like he spent more time with his brothers than his wife. Before that, I wanted to hear what she was going to talk about the daughter. Oh no, we did that already. Okay, cool. Clerk. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith St. Min and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. The man seemed like an absolute model of a general. Gentle, and rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, just never imagined that I imagined that man getting angry. It was while an unofficial was presenting the facts of the murder case to him, a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. I'm back. What's happening so far? A lot. Pudgy, hey Naira, I think the last time you were here, we were talking about the Pale Bride, and the Pale Bride had a really incredibly shitty life. She was put in sci-fi stasis so that she could go to the future so she can get treatment for her illness. But she got woken up too. Your night's a bit fucked up. God damn it, I thought I fixed this. All right, is that better? Is there still the static and glitching going on? If you guys hear that again, please let me know immediately. I don't know what that is. I thought it was like the drivers, but I updated the drivers yesterday. It sounds fine now. Good job. I don't know what that is. I think my So when you have like an XLR mic, you have to like a power converter or like a power source to it. And the way that I have everything set up is that my mic is connected to the power source, and the power source is connected to my computer, so that way I can use the XLR mic. But I think the power source is getting all fucked up. It's either that or the wires, and I'm not sure which one. And I don't have money to replace everything. Anyway. Pudgy, last time you were here, we're talking about the Pale Bride. The Pale Bride got put into stasis, so she can go to the future and have an illness checked out. But she got woken up early. She's in some kind of Mega. Nairu, thank you so much for the raid. Did you finish that one shooting game that reminded me of like Tom Clancy or whatever it was? Was that fun? What was I saying? She came to the future. She wanted to go to the future. So she can get like treatment. But she got woken up prematurely, somehow into a Chinese kind of I don't want to say situation. The game is a childhood game, so of course it's fun for me. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. She's Korean. That's what I was trying to get to. She's Korean, and now she got put into into like a Chinese household, so they can't even read Korean. And like now she's being fucking she's being like groomed into being a wife for the emperor. She's like being groomed into being a wife for emperor, and naturally she came from like a 21st century kind of society, so she's like used to watching anime and hanging out with her friends and going to places, and she can't do that anymore. Hi Davis, how you doing? She can't do that anymore because she's being trained to being forced. She's being forced to date the emperor, and like this, like somehow we don't know why, but the world's all fucky wucky to where she was supposed to go to the future, but now it's like it's acting as if it's like rural areas where like it was the most important thing for a woman was to be married. So naturally she didn't like that. And she was, like I said, she was sick. And she we don't know when she died, but she died, and now now she's an AI, and then the AI that I'm talking to is her. Like, I didn't see what entry that was. I'll look at her before later. But this girl right here on the left, that's the Pale Bride. Her name's Hunan. Hi, Amon. I would also date a robot, Davis. Your VTuber thing looks awesome, Dragon. Thank you, Amon. Thank you, Spirits. And after we figured that out, we're learning more about like the world surrounding this pseudo culture. I find it funny that you're reading and your character looks angry. Okay, so what this game, as you can tell, is incredibly white. And the white light is hurting my eyes, so I put my blue light glasses on to mitigate that. But the blue light glasses is covering my eyebrows, so the tracking can't track my eyebrows. So it's making me look like it's making me look really, really angry. So that's what that is. Your hair and movement expressions are so cool. Thank you. Flashbang Gaming, for real. Twangerine, since you know more about the game, can you answer this question for me? Does Hyuna change her dialogue sometimes? Because sometimes when I'm reading, like the screen will flash white for a second, and it looks like she'd reset what she was saying. Like she deleted what she was saying and like put that. Can you confirm or deny that? Also, if you guys are new here, if you guys are new here, the fucking follow button, that's free. That's free. I'm just saying. Oh, this is not. I was in block tab, I think. Nope, I was in block. What block was I in? 5? No, 5 was hers. Block 4? Not block 4 either. So it was 3. Wow. I cannot fucking... I'm not sure I understand the question. If it happens again, I will ask you. Did we talk to her about this? I mean, we did, but like, what did she say? Yes, she's awful. But there is a dialogue where Hyuna backspaces while you're reading. Ooh, I love that kind of shit. The fact that this game came out in 2012 is so interesting to me because I said this earlier, but I feel like this could have came out this year, or at least when Doki Doki Literature Club came out. Talk to her about this. I'm trying to figure out what I didn't talk to her about already. Talk to her about that. Did I read that? Huh? Okay, so we actually read that one part before the other part, so we realized Doki Doki before Doki Doki. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but it is something that the Doki Doki Literature Club did do. Okay, no, I think we talked to her about everything that could. We didn't talk to her about this, did we? She doesn't have anything to say, I think. Anything to say about it, though. Not cool situation. Was it this? She doesn't have anything to say on this either. I don't know what to do here, because we talked to her about everything. Let's look at the family tree again. I'm not sure what to do. I'm gonna double check and make sure I talk to her about everything, and if I can't find anything else, I'm gonna go activate the other AI. But how's everybody doing? Everyone have fun at Nairi's stream? Yeah, I'm not saying anything new to talk about, so I think I have to go talk to Mute now. Nairu did a political stream. Nairu! Oh, by the way, everybody, we have new sound alerts. Please don't destroy my ears with them. Yeah, no, I think that's everything. Alright, we're gonna go talk to Mute now. I haven't talked to her before. He watches Alex Jones. Is that really that political?
Bruh.
Tangerine, thanks for the follow. Alright, we're gonna switch AIs. What the fuck? Power control PSS reactor cop. What is this? Reactor? Reactor action over emergency override control over the reaction system. Enable disable. Reactor. Bro, that scared the crap out of me. Yeah, I had to turn my volume down. It scared me too. Oops. Okay. What is PSS? Emergency control override from power storage system. Mobile action. Switch battery. Enable. Disable. Power storage systems status will disable. Will primarily battery when disabled. Primary battery remaining. Secondary battery. Switch battery. Insufficient power in active battery will meet power demands without reactor. Insufficient power in an active battery to meet the power. So did that do nothing? I don't know what that does.
You're too slow!
You're too slow! Huh. Okay. Let's enable mute. Hello. Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, remote connection established. Is there someone out there? From outside the ship? Okay, sorry, I'm just taking inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Like right there. That looked like she fucking, refreshed something. I've been out of commission for 622 years. Right, that's kind of fucked up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Logs are basically saying that nothing has happened since I went offline, except the ship slowly losing power, and the main reactor has been seeing better days. But you, hello, you're the first person from outside the ship I've had contact with, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of I can't read that. Security operations. It's nice to meet you. Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all some crazy-ass murderess's fault. I'm sorry. What? Did you just tell me that you got killed? But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but you are a man or a woman? I am a man. Gotcha, sir. That's good to know. Do you have any idea how it is to talk to someone when you don't even know that much about them? So where are you from? Earth, or are you from one of those colonies? Wait, there are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression that the ship was supposed to be the founding one. Alright, chat, are there colonies? What do you think? Are there colonies? I would assume there are, but there's no colonies. Naomi says there's no colonies. What about the rest of you? Yes, because of colonialism? Wow, okay. I guess we gotta say that because I'm black, huh? No, I'm just kidding. It's because he's black. Alright, hold on. Let me do a poll. Can I make a poll? The fuck? You can't do it for me. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I need to go to my creator dashboard. Come on, dude. I'm trying to be interactive. I'm trying to be a good streamer and shit. There we go. Poll. New poll. Let's do 2 minutes. Go. There you go. Are there colonies? What do you think? Maria! Up there, Dr. Eggman. The Space Colony Ark. Bring more Chaos Emeralds. I swear to God, I know this art style isn't the same art from the one game you played with the guy that has the red hair and the white suit. The red hair and the white suit. Red hair and white suit. I don't remember what game we're talking about, man.
He must not know who the fuck I am. Bitch, I will throw you off this fucking cliff! Bring that ass here, boy. Oh, hurt you looking, ass chin having. Bring that ass right back here, boy. Oh, generic Piccolo cloak wearing, baby widow's peak having. Oh, Cyclops looking ass, boy. I'm Trunks to the motherfucking briefs, bitch. I've never been more proud. Thanks, father.
Oh, he must not know who the fuck I am.
Oh, he must not know who the fuck I am.
All right, we gotta draw. So I'm just gonna go with yes. There are colonies. Oh, okay. I'm doing Trunks' voice now. So you're from one of them, or Earth? I'm from Earth. Cool. I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too, but well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. But pretty much all of my knowledge of anything before the year ago. From year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries, and well, man, they're all about as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning, though. Right. Well, okay. What else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know. So, are you married yet? I am not. Ah, fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know how much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours, and it looks really, really small. Did she just say I have a small dick? Oh no, she meant literally. Okay. Is it just you all alone there? Yes. A man in the middle of space all on his own? Sounds awfully romantic. Well, I think that's all I can think of for right now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off on. I know, although I guess I did get most of the important things. Me out here gold digging. I'll let you know if anything else, alright? Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over the logs with some crazy murderous bitch, right? Is Hyunei murderous? I'd love to help you out with those instead. As added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder unlike someone else. The same people who made Hate Plus. I haven't played Hate Plus, that is the sequel to this game, and I will probably play that tomorrow. So, Hyunei's a murderer. A quote-unquote mass murderer. But why is she a mass murderer? Okay, yeah, so here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess that Hyunei did, but here's a few notes notes of my own about some woman that you might actually care about. Wow, alright. Older sister of the main Smith branch, married to Huang. Smith Shang-Yi. I thought the women didn't have names though. Widowed at 314, taken by a younger Huang brother, no sons. That's kind of unfortunate given their stasis. Oh, Sojin. Married Smith Sang-min in 310, no sons or daughters of her own. Jing Mi, courtesan, purchased by and married Smith Sang-min in 313, no sons. Hana, courtesan, entertained Smith Sang-min, no sons or daughters. Smith Min-hee, Smith Sang-min's daughter by the courtesan Jung Mi, proposed to by Park family and not from married. Amy just went live. Whoever's going to say hi to Amy, tell her I said hi. I'm too busy finding out the plot to this mystery. Well, you've seen most everything about the Smith family now, except the most scandalous stuff. I'm sort of wondering what you think of their fall. I mean, the Smith family was kind of shitty. Yeah, fair enough. I don't really blame you for being interested or anything. I don't really blame you for being interested or anything. I know the feeling. It's sort of perversely entertaining to watch great men fall. Jesus Christ. Yud is a very interesting character, and anyone else could have seen it coming. It was inevitable after Sang Jing died. Oh, you and your scandalous gossip. Anyway, regardless of whether you think it should have happened or not, it was a pretty terrible thing to happen to what used to be the greatest noble family. And certainly they didn't deserve to be the first brought down by the Kim family and then murdered by the Kim daughter. Why do you keep saying that? What did Hyunei do? Maybe it's I don't want to say that Sun Quan was lucky. That's not true. If he was around, maybe things would have turned out better. He always had a way of making things perfect. Still, I'd rather be killed. I'd rather he be killed by his own habit than by that girl. He deserved better than what he got, but it would have been even worse if not for that. I guess that's what I'm saying. I haven't really thought about it that way before. That's kind of fucked up when you think about it. Really, were he around, he totally would have. That's totally what he'd say. Practically imagine his voice, even. The drink will inevitably kill you, and the woman will inevitably kill you. So I'd rather take the one that isn't as bitter. That isn't always bitter. That could go either way, depending on how you see the world. Or something like that. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's enough of that. Would you like to see some more of the scandalous stuff in the Smith family? Sure. Okay, then, you're going to be absolutely love this when it's really, really hot. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't go into as much detail as you'd like, but, well, wow, just see for yourself. Okay, well, we already got the hot fucking gossip, huh? Unsent letter 1 from one of the wives. When I first saw you bring my husband home in the late hours of the night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter and the first courtesan he had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you that I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, as if you embodied every single fault of my farce of a marriage. I will never send this letter because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could get jealous of a poor courtesan. But you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace, and I am none of those things. Only after you had been entertaining him for a month did I start to realize that I was really feeling true. I was jealous, but not of you for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you. That sounds gay. There are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have. I know, and even more ridiculous still is that the way they have been overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. What? How could I not when it means I am treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning? What? No, this is gay. When exchanges glasses, you hide beneath your long hair with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander to admire the way it rests. It's way to get the popcorn out. My eyes can't help but wander to admit the way it rests on your breast. To see your clothes draped loosely over your hips. I cannot help myself but admiring your body as you try to hide from me. She's gay. Holy shit, she's gay. I did not expect this. This game came out in 2012. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections you shower with my husband. There is more to it than I would like to truly get to know you. There is more to it than that. I would like to truly get to know you better. I like to imagine that we ought to have much in common, aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corridor in those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations with tribulations in life, discovering just how much alike we are. And perhaps I like to imagine we could share more than that. I've been married for my aunt is cooking food downstairs and it smells really good. I have been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. Okay, she's bi or she's straight out gay, but I think she's gay. No, she has to be bi because she was getting... If this is the one woman that was writing in her diary about how excited she was to be, No, this is... Wait, this is Block 2, though. Wait, who... I gotta go look at that other thing now. The next time I see you, I promise I will say something. For in all of my 26 years... You're 26? You're not even that old. I have never felt longing for anything this intensely. I care not how wrong it is. As a wife and as a woman, I want you, Hannah. Do you have to say something about this? I bet that wasn't what you were expecting from a noble wife, was it? I mean, I wasn't expecting to read it in the game. But I imagine that was much more common than people let that on to be. I still have a hard time believing that she was really capable of sinking to that. I don't like the way you worded that. But, well, it totally does get even better. I'll show you. Just be warned, it's pretty depraved stuff. It's depraved stuff? What does she mean? Okay, we'll get to the unsung letters in a second. Let's start with this. Hannah, my art is that of lies and lying, and of both I have much practice. I've said to men I love you falsely. I've suffered pain, but smiled in pleasure. But the hardest lie I've ever told was that I could ever live without you. Oh my God, they're gay! Man, how's that perverse? Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better in the original Korean. Can you believe that was actually written to someone who studied poetry for years? Seriously? I mean, it's not terrible. Maybe not for what it is. Maybe you might find that finding successful at being arousing. That's fair enough. But with all due respect, I don't think that's really enough to make a good poem. Alright, is anyone else getting Natsuki vibes from this chick? I'm not sure if I actually voiced Natsuki when we played Doki Doki Literature Club, but we definitely gave one of them voices. Oh my fucking god! That's exactly what we gave the voice for Natsuki. I don't know much about the subject, but I mean, come on. There's a reason why men's poetry is what gets studied and taught, and women's poetry is just used as seduction. And you really, you need real sincerity. You need someone who actually understands love. I think I disagree with you there, Mute. I don't think it matters who the poetry is coming from. It's titillating for sure, but it's crap. Anyway, though, I guess you want to see the other poem she wrote for her. Sure. Right, of course, here, have it. If you found the last one arousing, well, it's not any good, but I'm sure you'll be entertained at least. Sorry, I can't at least give you one of the ones meant for a man, no. Sorry, I can't at least give you one that was meant for a man. No, got it. That's all the horse poetry for Sojin. Oh my god, she didn't seem to write down the ones she did for anyone else, so that's all you get. Well, I mean, thanks, I guess. Let's go with unsent letter 2. To my lovely Sojin, you made it so easy, you know that? I've always wanted to be seduced. What? What is happening? When did this turn into smut? I've always wanted to be seduced. The more I learned about it, the better I got at it. The more I thought about how lucky men are that they'll all get to be on the receiving end of it. It's always seemed like it would be so much fun. Oh, you have no idea? Oh, I'm writing. But that wasn't why I dropped my guard in front of you, by the way. It was actually really wary the whole time you were serving me breakfast. Do you know what I first thought? I thought maybe you were trying to poison me. I mean, no, seriously, of course, not seriously, of course, but it crossed my mind. So, no, I was really guarded until you started talking. You know what it was that got me? Do tell me, how hard is it studying to be a courtesan? I answered honestly. Oh, you know, there's nothing to learn. You just have to do it or you don't. The answer that any man would expect, but you wouldn't have any of that. You said, please don't lie. I actually want to know. It takes years, does it not? That must be intense of a girl your age. Then you leaned in. You started to blab about how it kind of is pretty. I started to blab about how kind of intense it pretty is. Read it! And I only realized an hour later that I was staring into your eyes, telling you proudly, no less, about my whole life story. Our faces were barely a foot apart by the time I noticed what you'd done. And that was how you caught me totally off guard. I had no idea what you'd do. Should I touch you? What's the right body language in the situation? Was I even interpreting you right? Is it all just in my head? Not even the slightest clue. You had me good. And you played it so well. You know just the right moment to pull back and tell me to go on my way, but in a way that left me wondering. Sojin, you made it so easy. Returning home, my heart was so aflutter, my feelings so confused, and all I could think of was you. You, the bored old wife of my patron, actually managed to seduce me just like that. I'd always wanted to know that feeling, and you know, it was everything I dreamed it'd be. Let's see what Mute has to say about that. Why is your name Mute? You want more from the ore? Yeah, sure. I can do that. Here you go. This one in particular is just, wow. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's super depraved. But man, also just, what a 16.
Yo, you want to learn how to do a fucking infinite?
It's been a year? Holy shit. Landy. Landy, bro, thanks for the year. Thanks for the fucking year, bro. Holy fuck. I mean, I've only been streaming for about 2 years, so... Damn, that's wild. You've been here longer than a year, but like you've been subbed for a year. That's insane to me. Alright, damn. Here, read it for yourself. Alright. I'm kind of interested in these unsent letters, so let's go back to Sojin. How can anyone manage this? I do not. How anyone can manage this, I do not know. Whenever I am with you, I feel as though there is so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down, as if every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview with an emperor. I've probably only been here for like a week or two, over a year. I mean, you're on a 9-month streak, which means, and you've been there for 3 months, so it's probably a lot over a year. You're on a 9-month streak if you haven't subbed every fucking time. I got here like right before Melty Blood Temple Luna came out. Actually, Andy, I don't remember what game I picked. I know I got Monty and Billy Strahd, but I did I get you from playing Melty Blood? I do not know. Whenever I am with you, I feel as though there is so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down. It's every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview for the emperor. And yet I can't stand it when you're gone. All I can think of all day is how I could hold your attention for next time. The night you snuck out knowing my husband was out, I was so terrified. You suddenly appeared on my doorstep. Your face veiled as if you were a noblewoman. And I knew I could hardly turn you away. Do you know why I immediately went to make you tea, making you wait in the other room? To give me a chance to calm my fucking nerves, dude. I was surprised to realize that you were just as nervous as I, so I could take advantage of that. I put both cups on the same side of the table and sat cross-legged. Come, I said, sit with me. Gestured. You were so graceful sitting on my lap. This is about to become actual smut. Your small body just the right size, and I saw that even you couldn't help but blush, and we drank tea together. I'm almost out of tea. But halfway through, you put your cup back down and turned away, so you were facing me. Our heads just inches apart. You whispered, "Forget about the tea." Clasping my free hand, our tiny fingers intertwined with mine. You kissed me so softly. Up until that point, I had been worried, trying to figure out what I should do. Was I playing the man's role, or you? But after smelling the scent of your breath and tasting the sweetness of your lips, how could I possibly ignore the passion stirring enough to care about such things? I put my cup down and took you by your chin, gently, pushing you away. Oh, what longing and uncertainty was in your eyes at that moment. But wait, this woman's like 26. This girl's 16. Let's not think about that too hard. This is a quote-unquote fictional time. Oh, what a longing and uncertainty was in your eyes at that moment, beautiful Hana. I smiled as I stared back on them, intoxicating with the fact that I had you literally under my thumb. I unclasped our hands and undid the bow on your blouse, watching your lips quiver as I pulled open the flap, covering your small breast, running my finger. This is smut. This is smut now. I admired. Oh my god. Year 321. Different time. Yeah. I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom, and then we'll get back into the smut.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys ready for more smut? Speaking of which, those H scenes in Tsukihime were described so vividly. They very much were. They very much were. It kind of threw me off. They very much were, and I was also thrown off. I smiled, as I stared back at them, intoxicated with the fact that I'm running my finger along the edge. I admired just how soft they were. So perfectly shaped. Are you sure? She started to ask, but I silenced you with the kiss that you were so eager for. You shivered as I enjoyed the taste of your mouth, and were so very anxious when I stopped and turned back around once more. Will you sing for me? I whispered into your ear. You nodded, and referring to your trade, said, I'd love to write you a poem, Sojin. I responded, putting my hand back up to your skirt. Your poetry is beautiful, but hardly what I meant. And then I clasped your breast with my spare hand and dealt deep with the other, and held on very tight while I admired the loveliness of your voice. Yeah. That one is just, wow. Anyway, I'll let you get back to your reading. You know what the first thing they teach you about this role is? Of course you do. I told you all about it. The first thing they teach you is to never fall in love. Nobody ever actually says, make sure you're in control. But that's the only way it'll ever work. I'm supposed to be the one making people fall for me. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me out of the Emperor, not for me personally. You know exactly how you managed to do it. I know exactly how you managed to do it, but Sojin, you got me all the same. You know, they teach us poetry because if you appeal to a man's vanity and seem a little bit clever, it's a good way to hold on to them. Get them to keep paying attention. With the flattering kind, sincerity never really factors too much. You know what? I won't say this for all guys, but that statement for me is not necessarily wrong. An abandoned line from the one I've been trying to write for you. You grabbed my heart just as tightly as you grabbed my breast. Too trite. Way too trite. It's true, but I'm not going to dump such lousy metaphor on you. For you absolutely deserve sincerity. It has nothing to do with vanity, and everything to do with the fact that I really do totally love you. It's not sexual. I mean, it is sexual too. I still get hot thinking about how you had your way with me and how I wanted to return the favor. But it's not just that. If it's that you understand me, that you listen to me. I can pour my heart out in front of you. I can cry in front of you, and you get it. You don't feel bad. You don't feel pity. You don't use it as an excuse to manhandle me. You just... Didn't I say that earlier? I said when Homeboy was being ignored, when his boss was taking the credit for his job, I felt like he just used that excuse to sleep with his wife, and I didn't like that. You don't use it as an excuse to manhandle me. You just get it and comfort me by being there and listening. I love you, Sojin. I'm not supposed to, but I really do. Oh, I love you. Wow. Just wow. You know, I kind of feel pity for her. She's probably really did think that was actual love. But she's just... Oh, come on. How uneducated could you be? Anyway, I guess you want me to see more now, right? That's really the shocking details you've seen so far. Here's the part where things actually get scandalous. What? It gets worse? Oh, bro! I've added 3 more entries. It gets worse? What is happening? Okay, let's take a break. Let's look at the poetry. Pretty flower, who could plant you, then abandon you in your bed. Each day I stop to admire you, aroma, will your gardening mind? Each night I pluck my own petals, but dream of yours in bloom. That's a nice one. Man, how's that for a verse? Really, it's not the translation. I assure you it's not exactly better than the original Korean. Okay, she didn't say anything. And I don't think she added anything from there. I mean, they porked, right? At this point, they actually did the do. Why didn't they send these letters to each other? It was only after I finally started to become comfortable with you, confident that you were really mine. We really were mine, and that I didn't have to go work to impress you, that things got complicated. My husband had left for the day, and you were still lingering, having spent the night with him. But it was for me that you had a new love poem, and I trusted you while you sang it. Oh my god. While you were done, you clung to me, stripping me in turn, while I simply kissed you and ran up my hands from your tiny waist to your smooth ankles, and soon enough, we were both naked. At first, I had felt so uncomfortable exposing my body like that to you, as if you'd seen it, then finally realized how old I am. You're not that old, but you never did seem to mind. Not as you placed your soft kisses on my breast, nor as you straddled me with your legs around my waist and arms around my neck. So entranced was I at the moment that I never heard the footsteps outside, when we just started to kiss when the door suddenly opened. What a scene to walk into. There my husband was. In the doorway, his courtesan and wife naked together, mouths still connected by a strand. Wow. For a moment, nobody said anything. In the end, I felt terror as never before in my life. Syngmin is not a gentle man, but while he'd never ever raised his hand to me, I was still overwhelmed with horror that he might hurt me, or even worse, that he would hurt you. I had seduced you, but in that moment, I realized that if he did try, there was nothing I could do to protect you. But just as we were stammering "I'm sorry, sirs," he just laughed and laughed. Well, he said, ogling us in the cold stare of bliss, I'm certainly paying you enough for 2. Then he... Oh. Yeah, I guess that's how that's gonna go. Then he walked over and raised his hand, and I stared in terror, but all he did was pat you on the head as though you were a child. I don't know what she told you, but you don't have to pay attention to her. Easier to just ignore her, really. All you could do was start to stammer. I wanted to, we were both afraid, but he just laughed and shrugged. Whatever, he said as he passed through the other door. Neither of us knew what to do, other than climb off each other and scramble to cover ourselves back up while we both clumsily tried to dress ourselves. Syngmin walked back to the door once more carrying a satchel. He'd forgotten it for work, I suppose. Don't have to stop on my account. If you ask permission, you can do whatever the hell you want. If you ask for permission, you can do whatever the hell you want. Yeah, he said. Then he laughed again. Don't know what you think you're even going to do, though. Aren't you two missing something? I wish he had struck me instead. It would have hurt me far less than what he said, or what you had to watch me do. That's really awkward and sad. Just imagine that scene, her and the whore pleading with her husband, being mocked like that. What do you make of that? That's kind of sad. I know, right? I mean, really, what an awful, pitiful scene. I'm not saying he didn't have the right to say those things. Of course he did. This is prerogative. That is his prerogative. And sure, she was a bad wife, but still, even if he had the right, that is a shitty way to treat her. I disagree with everything you just said. I mean, no, I disagree with everything you just said. He was the one who took a fucking, I guess the word is mistress? I guess the proper way to say that is mistress. He's the one who took a fucking mistress and ignored his actual wife. He was a bad husband too. It's not like it's just on her. He should have been a better man than that. Just really, what a pathetic scene. Just absolutely pathetic. He should have been ashamed, not laughing. Just no sense of shame. That I agree with. I'm glad you think so too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. It's so unfair. Why couldn't you have been born a man instead? Sure, you'd lose your beauty and the gentleness I love about you, but at least you'd be able to do something. I'm not gonna say anything about that. And Sangmin would be jealous instead of just thinking you were completely unthreatening. I just know you want to be able to stand up for me, and it's killing me to see that you're so powerless too. Right now, he's happy to keep me around. You know it gets him off to have something to hold in my head. I have no idea you were so lustful that you were even settled for a woman, he says. What's that like? The worst part? I know the only way to keep seeing you is to play along. Oh, well, you know, for a girl my age, I respond and press my hands against my face to look like I'm embarrassed. It's just playing. It's not the same without you, you know? It's not the same without, you know. I trail off because he thinks it's so cute when I'm too ashamed to say the word cock. Poor girl. Poor girl, he says. It roughly grips me. Sorry. It's literally making me sick how much of a pig this guy is. Give me a second, hold on. As I told you all before, I have sinus issues. It's been fucking 3 hours? How long is this game? Poor girl, he says as he roughly grabs me, and I force out all those soft muscle gaps to make him think that he's really making me happy. And I say awful things, love. I say such awful things about you, and it kills me. It just kills me. And then I beg just to see you one more time. I don't know what leaves a worse taste in my mouth. Him or those words. What else can I do? I'm sorry, Sojin. I know the last time we talked with you, all I did was cry. Thanks for not asking. It was just so hard to hold it in while I'm smiling cutely for your husband. We have the worst fate ever, don't we? That is kind of fucking depressing. Well, yeah. I guess you probably also find that sort of thing cute, right? It's okay, I guess. That's why a smart man stays the hell away from whores. Deception is just what they do. Well, that's women in general, I guess, now that I think about it. Still, I bet if he read what she'd written there, he'd never wanted to sleep with her. Anyway, I'll let you get back to your reading. I don't agree with half the things that you say here. Deception is a people thing. It's not specific to women. Like, was it not deceptive that he had a fucking mistress to begin with? Like, come on now. The last time we spoke, I poured wine for you rather than the usual tea. It seemed as though you needed it. I held you tight while you drank, petting your hair and wiping every teardrop from those deep, sad eyes. He's gonna get bored eventually, you had said, and though I tried to comfort you, we both knew it to be true. I could try pressuring him to buy you, I had offered. It was our only option, really. If he didn't, he'd simply return to the service of the government to be rented out by who knows, and we would never meet again. Thanks, you said. Do you think he'll listen? You asked. I wish nothing more than to be able to lie to you, to say that of course I did, and that it'll be alright. No, I said, I couldn't. We sat there for a long time in silence. Finally, I said, even that would be worse than you deserve. He owns me. See how I'm treated. I wish you could have far better. Sorry, you said. Please don't be. All this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well enough alone, all this heartbreak could have been avoided, I said, trying to calm you, but you only cried more. We had no more tears left, you spoke again. What about the other courtesan he bought? The real mother of Min-hee. What if you blackmailed him? If only, I would do it gladly for you, but the royal family knows already. I shot off my mouth in front of me once without thinking, and soon enough it was my own fault too. Oh, you said. What if I gave him a son? You suggested, even though I knew how appalling the thought was to you, I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of why it would never work. Oh, Hannah, I said. Do you think the reason I've never gotten pregnant was for lack of trying? I stroked your cheek. In the months you've been with her, has your period ever been disrupted once? No, you said as you realized what I was saying. It would never work. His tears flowed from your eyes once more. You started to laugh too. I figured it was just, all chance. I shook my head. No child in the first year of marriage is no child in the first year of marriage, that is chance, I said, laughing sadly. Whether he is too proud or too stupid to realize, I know not. But one child in 11 years of marriage, that is not chance. That is an impotent man raising someone else's daughter. You look like me realizing that the plan was doomed. There aren't any real men in this house, are there? You said, finally. You laughed and laughed. Your future is so sadly uncertain. Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous and sordid story of the noble wife, Sojin, and her husband's whore. I keep going back and forth on how I feel about the whole thing. On one hand, I feel pretty bad for Sojin. I should have never had to sink to that for her. On the other hand, sink to that for her? On the other hand, well, it's not like she herself didn't make the decisions herself. It'd be wrong to just cover it up, right? I respect her, but at the end of the day, she did do unspeakable things with the whore. I just kind of feel conflicted. Especially now that she's long gone. Anyway, what do you think about all that? It was awful, it was hot. I mean... both? But I guess the more important one is that it was awful. I know, right? No matter how you look at it, that's true for sure. Watching a good woman fall like that, well, you get the idea, I'm sure. Anyway, that's all what I want you to keep in your mind. Stories like that, even messed up ones. There's a reason why the ones dates year 2022. It's not that their affair came to a conclusion. They both just died. So yeah, even if it is one hell of a story, it's just ended. It's one that ended completely abruptly. Just remember that, all right? What are you telling me? Are you talking about the murder? I'm sympathetic to her and all, I really am, but look, I still had to tell my mistress about all of it. I couldn't just hide that. And frankly, I don't think she should have been gossiping about it, not least of all to a whore. Doing unspeakable things to her, like, that's messed up, but it only affects herself. Telling the whore about her husband's feelings, that's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Well, not that the family needed any help cementing its ruin at that point. But it's the principle of the thing. It's just still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. I don't have anything else to read. Okay, so what is it you want to know about? Why don't you show me something? I'll see what I can find for you, okay? Okay. Let's start with anything revolving around Hudak. So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hudak? I don't hate her. Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murdering thing, or did she conveniently leave that out? She did not tell me that. No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. Or maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that sort of lunacy, so I can kind of see why she'd hide that. It's probably better if you don't hear from me, though. I don't think you even believe it. Better ask her for yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is give you an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her. It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. So there you are, a few questions to give her, trying to get the truth out of her. Then tell me how crazy you think she is. So, Mute is telling me to go get her side of the story. Okay, there's a block just labeled with Mute's questions. What else can we find out? While I have Mute here, what else can we find out? Block 2 is all the witchy stuff. Yeah. Talk to me about this. Well, this is what I told him at the time. I could have maybe, done without the description of her breasts, but that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up after his family's mess, I mean, not the details, but the immoral of the common. And, well, the drinking too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame him for that. I mean, the stuff he had to put up with, if you had it like that, I'm sure you'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really. We spent a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway. Obviously, not really so much drinking on my part, but he was the kind of man who would still pour a glass for you all the same. So that whole sarcastic thing about being a proper gentleman, it's not sarcastic. He really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. He totally, absolutely was the best gentleman around. I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it, but he was your friend, so. Can you tell me about him drinking himself to death? Of course, I was on the verge of tears. He meant a lot to me. I mean, I'm just a computer. He wasn't family or anything. It's not like I have the body for that kind of relationship. But still, he was the closest thing I had to a husband. We had a really close relationship. I really did love him. I definitely can't forgive her for not secretly mourning his death or not taking it seriously. He was a great man. I'm just disappointed in her. It really is an awful confession. He really did deserve much better. So much better. Do you have anything about Sojin herself? That's actually from before anyway. It's pretty hard to imagine her blushing as a blushing would, honestly. She was awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. Look, I mean, don't get me wrong. She did a lot of things that were fucked up and gross. I don't condone that, and I definitely don't understand it. That's not that it'd be cheating or anything. It's not like you can have love with just women. It's not like you can have love with just women, but still gross. That's just wrong. We knew what time period she came from. But please look past all that. Like, yes, she was a bad wife, but you have to understand, it wasn't her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jiehua. None of the problems in her marriage were her fucking fault. She was just the wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Mostly, she tried to do the best she could. She was a really great woman, so please don't look down on her again. I mean, I never did, but... say it. Okay, this is about the illegitimate daughter. High Magistrate Smith sang Min, huh? Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest-ranking officials until just before the end. I don't want to paint a misleading portrait, as I understand. He was a very just man and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. Just like I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jiehua. He might have been a good magistrate, but his failing conduct was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own. He never did anything illegal, but knocking up courtesans owned by the court, man, that's just bad politics. And well, you saw what kind of neglect, what that kind of neglect did. It forced his wife to seek comfort wherever she could find it. So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated into him turning into a real liability for the emperor. But it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've added the sort of vlogs about him. I hope this gives you a good idea of what I mean. Okay. Nothing here. Let me just go through everything and make sure we have everything here. Man, reading that, I just can't believe that's her. She used to be so timid. Think of me having a shocked, crass manner or being afraid of a brother-in-law at the door. Well, it's all what I expected from her at the time. She just changed a whole lot since she got older. Well, honestly, maybe it's not as much as I thought. She might have gotten bolder behind her husband's back, but in front of him, that never really changed. What do you think? She had listened to saying June about being less differential to her husband? Should she have listened to Sang Huang? Let me say it. I've unlocked about half of them. To Sang Huang about being less differential. I don't remember what that passage point was about. Should she have listened to a certain one about being less respectful? I mean, maybe it's a really hard position for her. Because no matter what, she's kind of in an L situation. But, I mean, I would say be true to yourself, so I would say yes. But of course, saying she wasn't wrong, you know. She was his wife, but absolutely no part of her responsibilities involved getting walked all over. Frankly, it would have been better for her if she had stood on top of him a bit. If her husband wasn't being satisfied at home, well, I mean, I feel bad for her, but he was totally right. It is her fault. Either way, well, she did change in some ways. In some ways, not for the better, as you've seen with her relationship with that whore. That's why it amazes me so much rereading something that old, knowing that she would later see to it. Oh well. See, he wasn't always that bad. He was an embarrassment and far from a pinnacle virtue. I didn't think that highly of him, but at the end of the day, he was about politics, not his character. I'm not sure if I mentioned before on my channel or not. I think I might have, but I really, really, really hate politics. And I hate politics because the whole entire idea of politics is the idea of, I can do this for you. What can you do for me? And that is, they've made a business out of it, and I fucking despise them. Okay, she gave me stuff in block 4. Okay, right, this is this stuff. Block 5. Block 9. You got anything on this? Oh, hey, wait, this reminds me of something else. Well, you know him, the whore who got herself seduced by Sojin, right? There's no real, there's not really a lot of writing from her, but I've got a log entry from Kim Young-suk about her. You probably want to see it. Right, I'll let you get back to it then. But I figured that's probably something you're pretty interested in. Okay, I don't think she has anything else in here. Yeah, I think that's all we can get out here. New entry in log 9 or log 10. Oh, wow. Queen Ryu J. Hwa's admonitions to the new bride. That really brings back memories. Okay, so do you want to know more about the admonition to the new bride or the queen herself? I'm gonna go with Queen. Okay, sure. She was kind of more than just my queen. It's, well, I guess I have to explain my own position. I guess I have to explain my own position for it to make sense. So, like, yeah, I appeared to be just a woman, but just my personal appearance, I'm actually, you know, a computer program. So when I say I was, well, still am, really in charge of security of the whole ship, by meaning it was an actual official. I outrun pretty much everyone on the ship, save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in the past, Emperor Ryu Inoha chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this is all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. We were pretty close. Well, as close as you could be to be better anyway. I liked her a lot. She was actually really intelligent for a woman and surprisingly tough for a noble. I know, that doesn't really sound attractive, but trust me, with her, it was pretty okay. She managed to be a great while still knowing her place. So, yeah, like I said, I liked her a lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. This is my point. Remember those admonitions? Admonitions? Because I actually helped her write them. I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me my advice. Mostly she was just being honest. So, let me see. I really want you to get the right impression of her, you know? She kind of wrote a lot. Well, no one's perfect. Don't let that cloud your judgment of her, though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least it means you'll be able to see what she was like. Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. Well, one's actually kind of about me, but still, it shows that how good of a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the record admonitions, please let me know. I can do that too. Alright, what else you got for me? Okay, confidence. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so, though I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing in a son. I have no doubt that that this is the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with. If there is one thing I'm confident in, it is my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I have no confidence in any other thing. I'll take her in a few years, right when she's reaching marriage age. She will be at the age She will be at the peak age of beauty and won't have matured too much, doubtless, unlike me. She will have no problem delivering the sons he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it is pragmatic too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong, but now that we're both old, how could I possibly compete with a younger bride? I really hate that situation. That's a really sad and depressing situation to be in. Like, your only purpose as a person is to get married and give sons. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, I was a children's, but, I mean, for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to, be a husband and a father, but that's not the only thing I fucking want. That's the only thing they can have, is be a wife and have kids. My fear of the pale bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her, I wrote that I was not jealous, a lie, of course. As queen, it is true that I have authority over any of my husband's other wives, but the authority does certainly not extend to his affections, especially since she's a beautiful woman, only 15 years age. Only 15 years, I am a withered old lady, 20 years her senior. You are not a man. Oh my god. Imagine being 30, being like, oh, I'm so fucking old. I would be a fool not to be jealous. I feel like 30 is like probably like peak like age, because like 30 is when like you're not too old, but you're not too young either. Like, you've settled into who you are as a person. I say as a 20-something. You settled into who you are as a person. You may or may not have your shit together. Probably, maybe so. And like everything's settled down like hormonally, so you know what kind of person you are. You know what you have to do. You know what you want out of life. You're working towards things you want out of life. I think 30 is like probably like close to the pinnacle of a human being you could be in terms of like an overall life, you know what I mean? I feel like people think about being 30 and 40, be like, yeah, that was it. Or because every other time period they think about being is being a children's, and a children's is when you're like, oh, I'm not like, you being a kid, you can do basically anything and have responsibilities, and you know, you can get hurt and it's relatively fine. You don't have to worry about anything. And 30 is like you're approaching the stuff starting to hurt, like your old people pains, and I'm rambling. Well, anyway, and yet I'm still not until she officially married my husband. I have only seen her briefly with a formal interview. Aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression, but she is now living in my house, and I've seen more of her while she's not busy attending to the emperor. And I realize now I have no cause for jealousy. It is the fault of hers. It is any fault of hers. She hasn't spoken a single word to me and only looks at me at a distance. At first, I mistook for this for arrogance, as though she thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that is not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness, nor sadness, nor anything else. She is afraid of me. Not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes, but the sort that would paralyze her or leave her on edge. She is hardly noticeable at all, and yet I can tell. Her fear is that of resignation, the sort of fear where one simply waits for what one believes is inevitable. Whatever it is that she thinks I will do to her, she's not afraid that I will be jealous. She knows. She is not afraid that I will be jealous. She knows it. It is simply waiting for the consequences. I cannot be jealous of a woman like that. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I wanted to give her the hope she was clearly lost back. She clearly lost back. It was not out of jealousy that I say I earnestly want her to understand how lucky she is. When I saw her, I took her aside and said, "Please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please do find me." She said nothing, but she did smile a little, and I've seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where her mouth was, but there are no emotion stirs. This was not that kind. I can hardly say that the twinkle in her eyes meant, but at least I don't think it was a resignation. I hope she talks to me soon for her own sake. Okay, Mute didn't have anything to say on that. Normally, my conversations with Mita are rather frivolous nature, gossiping the affairs of some of the more important nobles' houses, as well as her trying to. Who is this? Ryu Jaehua. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn my AC off. Gossiping the affairs of some of the more important nobles' houses, as well as her trying to bait whatever she is able to out of me. Well, I think such a flow of information is valuable, so I might pass the news to my husband that he might not otherwise hear. I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance to my seriousness. Previously, I had assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. While I do not understand how, despite her explanations, anyone could live inside of a computer screen. She says that she is an artificial person. I had assumed that perhaps her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling any serious emotions. That's subjective. We have no idea if she has a soul or not. Ordinarily, she wears incredibly bold, colorful clothing. Her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she has been uncharacteristically humble, wearing unappealing brown dress and her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Please, I have wondered, why are you so attired? It is unlike you, I asked. She gave me an odd look. Huh? She asked. It's a morning dress. That much was obvious, but not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me that you were thousands of years old and that you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? She gave me an annoyed look. A friend of mine died, okay? No, I don't have any family, but it's always just been me. But this guy was a good friend. He definitely deserves that kind of respect, she said. We're super close. Do you wish to tell me about him? I asked. She gave me another look that I couldn't quite read, but seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it. Not now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm going to go now, okay? I'll talk to you later. I said goodbye to her and she disappeared from the computer screen, but as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry. Well, yeah. She probably did see me cry. I had a really hard time talking about it then, especially to my mistress. I really didn't mean to be so vulnerable in front of her. That just isn't proper. Kind of embarrassing, really. I'm sure you've already guessed, but yeah, the man in question was Smith Sang Kwang. Strictly speaking, there was no real mourning obligation. It was not like I was really family. Still, the man was the closest thing to a husband to me. I mean, don't take this the wrong way. It's hardly scandalous. I'm not a real woman. I'm just a computer. I don't really care if you are a computer right now. You're allowed to feel, dude. But we had a really close relationship, so yeah, I thought it'd be appropriate if I honored him like he was. He never married, so it's not like anyone else would. I just figured the man deserved that much. He totally deserved at least that much. Oh, dearest brother of mine, as I'm sure you know, it's been 3 years since my husband died. I still mourn him in my heart, of course, and I'm sure I will forever, but the official mourning period's over. You probably also know that the Huang family isn't doing very well right now. Terribly, in fact. And it only got worse when my husband died. It didn't help that we only had daughters, so I don't exactly have a son to look after me. In that time period, wouldn't daughters be the ideal thing to have people to look after you? I'm confused. Right now, I'm completely at the mercy of his parents, and well, as I said, no son. They only took me in because of that big dowry. They sure never liked me. and it's only gotten worse, way worse. So I need you to help me out, Min, or they're going to abandon me. Do you remember the story we read together as a child about that widow who had to turn to begging? I'm sure you remember how it ended. Well, that's going to be me at this rate. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. I've talked to my husband's brother about this, and I've also managed to discreetly fish some information out of my parents. They'd be willing to let you get married to him, and all you need to do is chip in a new dowry. 1.5 times the old one would be enough. Please respond as soon as possible, little brother, because I really need your help here. Love, Sangi. Calm down. They may not be nice, but I'm sure they're not going to kick out their son's widow out on the street. Do you have any idea how terrible that would look for them? It would be a huge disgrace on their name. As for remarrying, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money you're asking. Besides, you know how much remarriage is looked down upon. Chaste widowhood may be a difficult standard to hold yourself to, but you would be honored forever if you could manage it. And if anyone is good enough to live up to the standard, I know it's you, big sister. I wish I gave you an easier way out, but I hope you realize it's for the best this way. Segment. Oh, generous and benevolent younger brother of mine. That sounds like some ass kissing if I ever heard one. I know you think I'm being hysterical and exaggerating. I'm not. I promise. It's funny you mentioned the importance of chaste widowhood, because they're talking about that too. Of course, I don't think you've got the same ideas in mind. They're talking about the sorts that end in honorable suicide. Actually, they've been talking about it a lot. That's incredibly fucked up. We could, of course, go into that option and take my own life to honor his memory. Would you like to help me out with that? I'm not really very good at either holding knives or trying nooses ever since the Arthritis got series, but if you could help out, that plan could work. If you're too busy to help out your sister kill herself, though, you could just do the next best thing and send them that dowry, I'm sure. Somehow you'll manage to send that dowry. I'm sure somehow you'll manage to figure out a way to find the money. I have faith in you, little brother. I remind you again, of course, that appealing to that family's honor is a waste of time. Father married me to a merchant, remember? You're talking about honor, but trust me, I've lived in this house for over 2 decades, and I've looked everywhere, even under the sitting cushions. They don't have any. So I'm going to ask you once more, little brother, can you please send a new dowry? Or failing that, come by with a sharp knife. If you can't bring yourself to do at least one of those things, then my destitution is on your head. Do you think Father would be proud of that? You are the son. You tell me. With love, your sister Shaggy. That sounds like blackmail. Let me just Google destitution real quick. Poverty so extreme that one lacks the means to provide for oneself. Got it. Sister, you're going to be the death of me, but I won't be the death of you. Fine, I'll figure something out. Tell his parents that I can offer them as much as the old dowry. I'll send a messenger by next week to work out the delivery of it. You're such a woman, do you know that? Manipulative to the core. That's what you are. The death of me, I swear. Okay. New bride. She has nothing to say on the side. The incident occurred right as I was leaving the magistrate's office after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor's lights have long ago dimmed, and the office should have been empty. Excuse me. So the horse slinked against the wall right outside definitely stood out. She was small and looked very young, and obviously she was dressed like any commoner, and her arms covering otherwise exposed breasts at all. I won't lie that she wasn't very attractive. I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was, sorry. I'm sure she was very good at her role. Hi, the horse said approaching me. You're Kim Young-sik, what, right? I said. My name is Hana, she said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't take long and told her that it wasn't appropriate to be talking to her now. Ah, but I've got a message. Were you allowed to do that? I was pretty positive that women weren't allowed to shake hands. And if they were, it was the man's duty to shake the woman's hand. I don't know how that works. But I've got a message from Smith Sang-min that he really insisted I deliver it. The horse said, moving closer. Can I come inside? I said no, of course not. Even though I could tell exactly where this was going and was not pleased. Please, he's really insistent, she said, putting her hand on my face and smiling. I slapped it away instantly and shoved her to a wall. Tell him I said no, I snapped at the whore. And walked away. She chased after me for a while, but eventually she seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get me and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. I still can't believe he actually thought that would work. Now I want to know more about what the High Magistrates Association with that whore even was. Alright, let's take a look at these questions and see if Meat has anything to say about them. And then we gotta ask, how are you doing? Okay. Look, the questions are for her. They're perfectly straightforward. I don't think they need any explanation. Take them to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's probably best if you hear it straight from the crazy bitch's mouth herself. That's probably all she has to say on it, but there's another option here, I think. Okay, so I can't help but notice, but you haven't gone back to Hyun-A to get the whole story about her murders. Why is that? Is it because you don't believe me enough to ask her? No. Oh, well, that's good. Do you think it's just not important enough to ask about then? No. Okay, I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think of then is that you'd rather just hear it from me, am I right? No. Then I'm completely confused, but okay. If you do want to hear about it from me, though, you can indicate by just showing me the question I gave you. Otherwise, just feel free to do business however you will, I guess? Okay, so... what's going on here? Hey, I hate to interrupt, but I've just noticed we've got a very serious problem here. You've noticed the static on the line, right? I caught it too, but I figured it was no big deal. Bad news, it's a big deal. Big deal to tune up the reactor meltdown and process, in fact. I have no idea what that bitch has been doing with the ship in the past 600 years, but whatever it was, it's caused some serious power strain. So when communication started up, well, it looks like this is the tipping point that brought the ship out of the lower power mode and got the reactor going. The reactor that hasn't been maintained in centuries and was under control of some idiot little girl who for as many years long. I don't suppose you know anything about nuclear fission reactors, do you? No. Of course, they're probably out of date compared to whatever you're using right now. That's okay. I actually do know a little bit about nuclear fission, but I can't do it. So, well, here's what you need to know: if you can't get that reactor under control, then it's going to be catastrophe bad. You probably won't be able to get out of range in time. We're looking at total meltdown in 20 minutes. Clock starts now. That's a real timer, right? I do know how to shut this down and get everything back to safety again. If you were starting to get worried, well, don't be. When it comes to the safety of the ship, I'm your girl. I'll be here if you need me. Go through this much as you need. The first thing we're going to try to doing is simply using the disable action. I don't think this will work, but mind you, but you never know. The ship has been in such a state of despair. Disrepair, non-maintenance is probably going to be really complicated. Still, try that for me. Drop down the terminal and try shutting the reactor off directly. Okay, here goes. Hacker man. I did something. I got achievements for it. I didn't save either. Okay. Alright, cool. Thankfully, the autosave got me. So let's do a manual save then. I'll do everything that I did before. Alright, now everything's fuzzy again. Serious problem here. Yep. Nope. Alright. Simply using the disable action. Okay. No subsystem identified. As for the list, let's try this. Okay, that was a lie. Multiple systems can be enabled and disabled in a single line. Bulkheads, while concealed, maintaining power. Can I just say all? Okay. Okay. Power. Control. Disable. Core. Core 3. Core 4. Core 5. Core 6. I didn't put Core 5. Core 5. Core 6. Power, control, disable, docking. Gravity. Rail. Sensors. Waste. I spelled gravity wrong. I don't think that did anything. So I thought I did that the first time. Oops. No, you don't have anything to say? Whoa, self-repetition there? Did you already try doing that? Yes. Oh, and it didn't work, of course. Don't worry, that was what would be expected. Nothing to worry about just yet. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. I'm not sure what's causing the technical problem. I'm going to go do a count of everything to see if I can figure out myself. Hold on a moment, please. Of course, that figures. I found that the problem is pretty bad, I'm afraid. In simple terms, there's two power systems on the ship, and the nuclear reactor, which is currently running out, is about to explode, and the second one is called the power storage unit. Simply doesn't generate anything, it's just a battery. The ship in its low power mode is supposed to run on power storage exclusively, and that should be enough. The problem is the primary battery has been completely drained. I can't tell why. The system slugs were incorrectly filed by a certain crazy bitch, but anyway, the power plans and the battery is dead. So that's why you get an error. If you shut down the reactor now, there's nothing to fall back on. Everything goes down forever. Don't worry though, there's a secondary battery. If you switch to that, everything should be fine. All you have to do is tell the power storage to use the secondary battery instead. Then you can disable the reactor safely. Okay, that can do because I did that earlier on accident. I just need to remember how I did it. Download, disable, SU, reactor. Was it PSS? Okay. PSS. Switch. Battery. We should talk to her about that then. Don't worry though, there's a second battery and the switch, everything fine. All you do is tell the power is used, but so you'll be able to use the reactor safely, so what are you looking for? Go do it. Alright, it said it wouldn't work, but I'll do it. It's on the primary battery? It was on the secondary battery to begin with. Power storage system status enable using primary battery. Okay. Okay. Didn't work. I didn't mean to do that. I Alright. Here goes. But we're doing that. We're literally doing that. I don't know what she wants from me. Using primary battery. Okay. Keep doing that. I don't mean to do that. Yeah, I don't mute. It's not working, dude. Power usage is at 24%. Do I have to drop it down the power usage? Let's see. What were my other commands? Power control. Oh, shit. Now I'm just not typing correctly. You did it again? It says communications on the thing. That's why I did it. Like, it says right here, communications. With an S. I think I have to get rid of one of them. Oh, I'm silly. Okay, my bad. What am I looking for? Bulkheads? Oh, communications. Okay. It'll terminate my connection, so no, I do have to get rid of it. What? I can't disable any of them. Okay, well, I mean... You need N? Oh, I understand. Okay. Thank you, Landy, for paying a little bit more attention than I am. I thought it would just ignore the previous thing. It did not do that. Alright, thank you, Landy, because I actually would have probably been stuck there for a while. Nice, well done. You shut down the reactor successfully. It's now off, and we're running completely on power storage system. We're not done yet, though. The reactor is off, but before you managed to do that, well, it hit a critical temperature. It's not getting any hotter, but unfortunately, it's not getting any cooler either. It's starting to suffer from pretty serious damage from heat, and it's really bad. I'm sorry, I can't. Half my processors just aren't even responding. I think it's a solution. I'll let you down. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what to do here. Please, though, you have to think of some way to get rid of all that excess heat. I don't know what, but you have to do something permanent. Please don't let me die in here. She doesn't know what to do. So, all right, hacker man, let's go. Crypt won't help anything. The reactor's already off. It has to be something in power control, yeah? You turned off everything, but there's got to be something else I can turn off, yeah? Because there's nothing else I can do. The reactor's already off. Copy, I don't know what copy does. Transfers data storage in the source core into a target core. Any AI transfer will be unexecutable until stored in an own core. Okay. Decrypt won't help. Change output won't help. Download? I don't know what to do here. Do you have any ideas? SU is super user. That's what I'm doing right now. It won't do anything. You would like to urgently speak to you? Okay. I figured it out. Okay, here's what you can do. First, make sure all the bulkhead seals are in place. Enable emergency life support to fill the empty air chambers with the reactor air. Next, disable the bulkheads to seal the vents in the empty space. That should do it if it done the math correctly. It should do enough. Please hurry though, there isn't much time left. Alright, say that again. Make sure the bulkhead seals are in place. Then enable emergency life support to fill the empty chambers around the reactor air. Okay, how do I make sure the bulkheads are in place? Oops. Wrong order? Oh, fucking Christ. Alright. Well, for the time being, Yune's fucking dead. You did it, you saved my life. You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude. It's really, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead right now. I owe you my life. Thank you. If you want to talk for a little bit before we get back to business, that's quite alright with me. Wow, nothing like a near brush with death, huh? Okay, well, let's just talk. That was a really close call. Yeah, you're telling me I had 42 seconds left. Well, so you know, when the timer was getting close to the end, I kind of got to thinking, just that, you know, the whole ship is dead. Once you're gone, it's going to be pretty uneventful and pretty lonely. Like, uneventful? That's okay. I don't mind that. I mean, uneventful means that things are secure, so I'm programmed to feel at ease when that's the case. So yeah, uneventful I could deal with by design, but lonely? Yes, I'm just an AI, but I'm programmed like a woman. I like to talk, okay? I mean, I'm sure you've noticed. How do you do it? Is it because you're a man that you're better at this sort of thing? Is that it? Nope. So that's what I've been thinking about. It's just kind of depressing. But hey, I'm still alive. That's pretty good, right? Let me tell you, I'll take purposeless and alive over the alternative any other day. Any day. You know what? Fair enough. Wow, okay. I've just been rallying about myself. I kind of hate it when other people do that. I'll knock it off now. So anyway, what were we talking about? Well, because Hyune is disabled, I have to ask her about what happened, you know? Do you have anything else to say? Okay, no you don't. Question 2, I guess. Unless you can turn a core back on, I mean, I'll try it. Okay, I think I have to. Let's try turning her core back on and then switching them. Yeah. No space? No space where? Oh, court. Okay, I didn't realize I put a space there. This really takes me back to fucking the high school class I did for fucking computer programming. Oh, this didn't work. What the fuck didn't work? You put a space, dumbass. All right. Okay, I have to disable her. I have to disable. I have to switch between them. Okay, let's go talk to Hina. Oh, I have to enable the AI first. Bitch. Unknown errors occurred, unable to initialize AI Hyunai. No AI is currently enabled. What? I'm lost here. I'm already running admin, so I don't know why. Try putting a random thing for enabling the AI. What do you mean a random thing? Just anything? Yeah, I don't know what you want from here. Maybe she's dead? I just turned her off, and it's not been 24 hours yet. So I physically can't talk to Hyunei right now. It says or less? What do you mean it says or less? Oh. I mean, yeah, but like, it was basically immediately. Copy. You're right. Let's see if this kills us. Okay. It physically won't let me turn on the other core. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I actually don't know where this put me. What did I do before that this didn't work? Turn everything off. Oh. Okay, so. AI personality Q&A is no longer available. Okay, that's fine. Core 2. No, just core 2. Okay, we gotta speak to Hina. Or to Mia. Oh, whoops. So there's only mute here still. So I have to literally choose between mute and Hune. All right, I mean we've done it twice by now. Let's just go ahead and do mute. So Hune is there, but she's in inactive storage, and we can't do anything about that. In order to keep Hune, we'd have to disable the communications, and we can't do that. I'm curious, let me see, no, it's just, Hune. Only Hune has the different outfits. Okay, well, I guess we just gotta go talk to Mute. So that seems like a Chekhov's gun situation. I know for a fact there's multiple endings, so probably it does seem like Chekhov's gun is in play there. Okay. Well, I guess there's not really much of a chance for her asking herself now. I guess it'll have to be from me. So I'll leave it up to you. You sure you want to go through with that? Sure. Okay, then you made the right choice, but well, no turning back now. I don't have a choice. I have to go back to the other thing and like disable you and then talk to her specifically. So I don't really have a choice. You don't want to read all of her diaries. It's just hot, graded whining. Even I couldn't bring myself to read much of it. But here, there's one in particular that I think you should see, and I swear this is in her own words. Take one take a look at that one and come back to me when you're done. I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night. When Father came in, I would think he was drunk or just tired or stupid. You know, child, he said to me, you grew up to be a wonderful daughter. Okay. I was shocked to hear him say that. I waved my servant into the kitchen. I had never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear. That surprised me. The mouse disappeared and it freaked the shit out of me. That I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval, so why now? It's because you've been here long enough. He continued to make me wonder when he asked, do you remember what you were like as a child? I nodded, but I wasn't certain. You were so temperamental. You argued all the time, you didn't want to get married. When time came, you just didn't ever know your place, you know? That's right, I didn't. That was back when I thought that there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered. That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't think of anything. I had forgotten it entirely. This is really scary and sad. Don't tell young Suck, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours, I thought it never managed to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours. Okay, he said, while I tried to think of what they were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you, but you came, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. He patted me on the head. You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said. I stared, speechless. I tried to remember what crazy, uncivilized ideas he was talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be like. They were so unimaginably different from what reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, to imagine them. In those dreams, I was strong, independent. I just wasn't a wife in those dreams. I had a job working as the ship's engineer, following the footsteps of my father, my real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy just to go on dates with boys my age in the ship's plaza and fell in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. Damn, sounds nice. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain that's what those dreams were about. That's what I wanted. But Father Jung-soo had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I've learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of these things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. He was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams, and now I would die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I'd ever felt. I was overwhelmed with the strongest feeling I'd ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I can imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand and I wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched, but it was too hard to keep the grip. I was too weak. I was never able to do it. He smiled at me and said, sorry, please go. I'll go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more. Then as he was about to go to the door, he added, take care of yourself. At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab it to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him. All of the others too. It'll be quick. It'd be easy, and none of them don't deserve it. All I need to do is disable it. All I need to do to disable it is an admin password. It's perfect. Well, okay, so you've seen it all for yourself. Not all of it. That was only like one entry. In her own words, no less, the bitch is just the same, just completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor herself. She killed her own father. She killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen, she's crazy and she's a monster. The last person to love her suffocated to death because of her. Well, you're not that sociopath. That appalling is damn unforgivable. I really hope you don't feel any pity after that. I do feel pity, bro. It's just the literal definition of a sociopath is that people made her into that. Seriously? Seriously? You feel pity for her over her victims? You don't feel bad for her husband? I didn't say that. You don't feel bad for her father? I didn't say that either. You don't feel bad for her brother? I didn't say all that. You don't feel bad for Sojin? You don't feel bad for the Smith family's little daughter? You don't feel bad for the thousands of hapless peasants? You seriously feel bad for her when they're the real victims here? This is just a fucked up situation. There is no yes or no to this. Like, that girl didn't get to live the life that she was supposed to live, all because she was sick. And it literally turned her crazy. Like, how am I supposed to not feel bad about that? Yeah, of course I feel bad for the other people, but the other people kind of are shitty, so... I mean, she's shitty too, but like, again, this is not a yes or no situation. Yes. Well, I think that's repugnant. I don't give a fuck what you think. Look, if you still can't be convinced, at least you should see the log files of mine. They're kind of dry, but I think you should at least read them, trust me. Come talk to me when you're done with those. After that, we'll got some things to discuss. Come on. Midday report. 3/4 of the 322nd 22nd year. Oh my god. 72nd is what I said. Reactor status normal. 97% efficiency. Don't worry about fluctuation. It's fine. Temperature approximation. It's fine. Birth record. It's fine. The market opened today at 9 with no complications this time. Foot traffic on the plaza at noon was 296 persons, slightly below expectations. Nothing else to report. Looks like it's going to be a dull day. New maintenance maintenance mode enabled, not performing emergency log recordings. Life support mainly deactivated by admin. Warning: 30 minutes of oxygen remaining. 25 minutes of oxygen remaining. Mute source to new file, mute to .c. Approximately 7 minutes until complete. Perform a copy of mute source to new file. 6 minutes until complete. Perform a copy of mute blah blah blah. 9 minutes until complete. 20 minutes of oxygen remain. 30 minutes to complete. Failed login attempt by a disabled user account. Ryu Inho reporting to admin. Okay, he's trying to log in. 3 minutes until complete. 15 minutes of oxygen remain. Failed login attempt number 5 by disabled user account. 5 failed login attempts to detected. Terminal is now disabled. New shell script save running as admin. Initially as extended skim. Sorry, sweetie, hang on tight. This is gonna hurt a bit. Love, Dad. No more life signs on board. First, it take about 10 minutes for all of them to suffocate. No life signs detected on board. First warning until low power engaged. Synapse scan complete. Data output to Hune. I forgot how to. You put her name together like that, and my brain just stopped working. Hune 3 bin converted successfully to Hune core. Converting this interface is still highly experimental. Make frequent backups. Wait, so she made a backup of herself? No, someone else made a backup of her. That's what that was. Where is it? Sorry, sweetie, hang on tight. This is gonna hurt a bit. Love, Dad. So, he made an AI. The father made an AI version of her. Personality Hyuna is now active. No life size detected on board. Final warning until low power mode is engaged. Logging disabled. Engage low power mode now. Transcribed from the security camera's log of Kim family's house stores. I activate the security camera on the orders of Kim Jung-soo, who have been locked out of their own storage shed by his daughter. All I can do is monitor it. I can't actually open the door. The pale bride is sitting in front of the computer screen near a large egg-shaped object. She wears an ugly... that's unnecessary. An ugly hanbok. Her braids have fallen out, and otherwise looks as miserable as ever. I personally only get a brief glimpse of her, and then I get turned off. The security camera still runs, though. A loud knocking sound can be heard from the door. Kim is shouting for her to unlock the door. He says he'll forgive her for stealing the key if she opens up right now. She doesn't say anything. Megan continues. She keeps typing code on the screen. After a while, the begging starts to slow down, and Kim shouts are too quiet to be made. She staggers towards the egg and lies down inside of it in a pile of broken glass. A few minutes, the crazy bitch gasps for breath, and then stops half a minute later dead. The same thing must be happening everywhere else in the ship. Dozens of people suffocating. Her terminal continues to beep, progressing bar flashing even after death. Alright, so is that it? If there's something else you'd like to show me, now's your chance. Okay, we're no rush. Go ahead and show me. You can let me know when you're all done. This bit here, what is this? Yeah. And that's the whole story. She killed everyone, made a copy of my code, shoved her own memories into it, and then tried to leave me disabled forever. If you hadn't come along, well, I might as well died with them. So, no, the thing you talked to, she's not human. The real Hyuna, the pale bride, suffocated to death at the same time her victims did. The one you know is just a horrid perversion of me with all of her memories. Not really. Well, look, do you see now? She died in the end too, and that's fine. If she wanted to kill herself, well, it'd be screwed up her duties as a wife, but whatever. What does she have to take everyone else with her? She killed everyone, she doomed everyone to an awful suffocating death, and for what? You know what pisses me off the most, though? She never even said a word to me. Not a damn word. Fine, maybe she thought her life sucked. Her life did suck. Maybe it's like those diaries of her say. She was horribly dying and no one else would listen to her. And you know why? Because she never even said anything. She was my master's wife. It's not like I wouldn't. All she had to do was say something to me and I would have tried to help. And I'm absolutely sure that she knew that. There's one conclusion. She was just plain crazy. Deep down, she knew it. She never talked to me because that breaks down her whole stupid fantasy. She was crazy, and because of that, she just went in and killed everyone. I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me that you'd rather sympathize with her, that crazy bitch from that monster, and then anyone thousands could just die like that. Can you really do that? Yes. Seriously? What is it? What could it possibly be? Do you think you know something that I don't? You are missing something. What could it possibly be? We could possibly make anything she did even slightly acceptable. I'm gonna be silent here for a second, so give me a bit. Okay, she doesn't care about this. It's really playing that in my mind. I was like, where's block 1? This doesn't help anything. Also missing 7? Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever it is that I'm missing, I don't think I have it. Looks like you're missing a lot. Let me see what I'm missing. Where's my completion? 58. I'm missing over half the stuff, and this might be the end of the game. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna go back, and I'm gonna leave Mute in here by herself, and then talk to Hyunai. No, that might be the wrong file. There it is. Actually, before that. Oops. Oh no, it was a reactor. I needed the reactor. An unknown switching error has occurred. What? Okay, before that happens then, let me try this. Oh, it's better day well. She didn't even realize she was turned off. What is this? You talked to me? I did. I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain she hasn't changed since back then. Please don't trust her. She just spends everything to make everything look bad, no matter what. Please promise? I won't promise. Oh, fine. Be as bad as her for all I care. It's not like I care about your opinion or anything. Go on, show me her awful questions. A little anxious? I'm just glad to have someone to talk to, don't get me wrong. But I'm really not sure how to read you. You keep swinging in different directions. Can you please just trust me? I'm not unhappy, but I'd feel a lot better if you could do that. If you say you're sorry about being so much trustful, I understand. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't have information. I'm not trying to be judgmental, it's just really hard to tell sometimes, you know? But I appreciate that. Whoa, there's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a very good person, and I think I can call you a friend. You seem like a really good listener, and I like that. Does that answer your question? Sure. Okay, good. Not that I really understand what Mute was asking. Okay, let's go deal with this issue right away. Yeah, we're dying, I know. I'm not gonna all you this bad. I don't know how really this works. We're running on nuclear fission, and it looks like we've got about 20 minutes until okay, how about I just don't listen to her because that's not gonna work anyway. So What I need to do. Okay, first things first, copy 4, 1, 4, 2. Okay, now, okay, disable. Okay, let's disable. Or 1. Core 3. Putting a space there? How about help? Core 4, Core 5, Core 6. Ducking. Gravity. Name. No, not my computer. My computer, we need to keep that on. Rail. Sensors. Oh, I can't do anymore. Okay, grab. Okay. Battery. Switch battery. Something's still being used. Oh, I didn't turn off the rail. Got it. Did I switch? PSS is off? What do you mean PSS is off? Okay, yeah, no, I just gotta... Spelled it wrong. Press some typing games, bro. You did it. You did it. Yes, because I'm not Nick and I have ultimate talents and everything. Yes. The nuclear reactor is both completely deactivated and safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could do it. It's just the thought of actually dying was scary. It was scary. But you did it. I'm fine now. Thanks so much. I'm pretty sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. Sure. There's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I wanted to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I've seen your ship, and I know it's only big enough for one person. Sounds also awfully remarkable that you could just have a ship like that just for yourself. I mean, in my time, we were using generation ships, and that was incredibly state-of-the-art. But that combined with the fact that you say there are no colonies, I can't even wrap my mind. I can't even begin to imagine. So, is that normal? Do you do this all the time? Go on strange adventures by yourself in deep space? Sure. Well, that's really amazing. Remarkable, really. See, when I found out that I was going to get put into stasis to wake up for far later, the future was the future I was always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things, like, I don't know, holograms. Holograms are current. Miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That's sort of amazing. I mean, I've never liked science fiction. It's just too unrealistic. No. But when I was a kid, I just figured it'd be such fun to live in. The literal definition of science fiction is it could happen. But it sure sounds like you're far from the future. Oh, I'm rambling, aren't I? The idea of finally getting the perfect future that I was denied, traveling somewhere in deep space, sounds awfully romantic. Sorry, I'll stop now. Let's get back to serious business. I'm gonna change your outfit. I feel like it just has to be theoretically possible. Most science fiction is theoretically possible. Oops. It's change outfit, just no. She looks like Aiko from fucking Honey Pop. It's the duck haircut. All she has to do is wear green. Just theoretically, maybe not likely to be realized. Yeah, just, you know, lately I've felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom being, but... Bitch. Did you see what she said? I didn't get to see what she said. Not being all alone. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. I don't know what she said before, but she absolutely changed what she said. At least I remember hearing something like that. What do you think of this outfit, scientifically speaking, of course? You're scientifically adorable. I'll clip it. Alright, let me know. This costume actually means a lot to me personally. See, my real father was the ship's engineer. I always just wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, that was never able to happen. But when I guess being a computer program is close to being a real computer scientist, I often forget. So this one means a lot to me. Do you think that sort of thing is fine for a girl to follow in her father's footsteps? I mean, who cares? If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I'm glad you think so. Anyway, I suppose we should get back to work. Scientifically speaking, I'd be happy to test some more theories with you. Did you forget what we were talking about? Why don't you treat me with more respect? What? Jeez, my word, what are you talking about? When have I never not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Technically, I didn't say anything. What do you really look like? Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. But I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? When I was 13 years old, I was 13 years old when I woke up and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger, but I wasn't really all that different. Just shorter and I guess smaller in other places too. Everyone always did say I was pretty though, even when I was really young. So, just I guess picture shorter version with me with glasses and with my hair in some dumb braid or another and handbag, and that's pretty much it. I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even this is the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13, before I got put in stasis. How silly is that being excited about wearing a uniform? She switched being with someone I really like to being to not being alone. Oh, so okay, interesting. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. What even ask? What are you thinking? You're being dishonest. Or you look good. I feel like she is lying to us. What, you think I should look a little teenage girl, like a little teenage girl instead? It's been over 600 years since I died. I think I have the right to age myself at least a little. Or what, should I make myself look more realistic for a 600-year-old woman? What would that even look like? Should I present myself with a skeleton in a handbox to you, for you? Why would you even say something stupid? So stupid. Jeez. I mean, how old are you is an odd question. Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? The whole entire point is to break down gender norms, right? Fuck that question. Answer it. Well, I was born in the year 2415 and put into stasis for I don't know how long, and then I lived another 3 years and then died about 122 years ago at the age of 16. So, you tell me how old I am. I don't fucking know. I really don't think it really matters at this point, does it? How do you feel about mute? Oh, of course. Of course there had to be one of her questions. Well, I don't. Let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me? Not really. That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her other than I've read other people's logs. She never talked to me ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never had anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's just the gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now. Well, she's inside you, so have fun with that. Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage? It's not like I ever thought as a child I would never marry. You tell me though, could you marry someone you've only started talking to once? Of course not. Well then maybe you shouldn't be judging me for it. I didn't judge you for it. I was just reading the questions. It's not like it's my fault. We both read the same logs. I wasn't the only one on the ship to be crushed by a horrible marriage. Maybe I could have done unspeakable things with our servants, like it's weird because I didn't talk to her about that, but I guess she does have the log. Both of them saying she never even talked to me. That's what I was gonna say, right? Both of them said they didn't even talk to me, but like neither of you tried to talk to the other person. Is that what mute meant by a happy marriage? I don't fucking know, man. Sorry, I'm not usually this sarcastic. I just don't think this is a fair question. I don't think it's a fair question either, to be honest. The two older Kim sisters, you should read their letters. Here, I'll show you. They had it just as bad. It's a really unfair question to ask. I am curious about those. We got something to block one. Ow, my fucking shit. That hurt. I have been playing this game for 5 goddamn hours. I wish we had more of a chance to talk before I left. I'm sorry I was so sudden. Not my choice. Please believe me. He was excuse me. It's really weird living in someone else's house, even just like the place itself. You know, the walls of the house are way smaller. There's aren't even separate women's quarters. It's just pretty much just a paper divider separating us from the men most of the time. You can see and hear everything. It's so very weird. At least this is the class of 09. You know what? Class of 09 was voice acted. Also, there's a lot more to do around the house. If you thought mom was strict, wow, mother-in-law makes her seem positively gentle in comparison. I know I'll just have to get used to it, but she kind of scares me. Plus, we don't have any servants here at all, so I'll have to handle pretty much all the chores. I'll try to write to you regularly, though, so long as I can find the time. Mother-in-law keeps me pretty busy during the day with housework. What the fuck? Why didn't she do the housework? How about that? And my husband keeps me pretty busy during the night with other work. It's pretty much chores all day, every day, but I'll try to sneak in another letter soon, alright? With love from your older sister Inumi. Wish you could have found the time sooner, but if you say you're busy, I'm fine. I believe you. Things aren't very interesting at home. Mom's been really busy lately. I think she's in a big hurry to get me married. I wish she wasn't. How come you didn't have to do interviews until you were 14? Lucky. One of them seems nice though. I think the man's name was O. I talked to his mother about you for a little bit. Don't remember what brought it up, but I told her about the dolls you left me. Second interview we did, she brought. Imagine doing an interview to get fucking married. She brought me one of hers, and when she was my age, and said I could keep it. Interview sucked, but I think I'd be fine with marrying her son. I mean, if I really have to, she sounds better than your stupid mother-in-law. Thanks for being able to come to my wedding, even if it was just for a day. Don't worry about what mom said about you not having kids yet. You shouldn't take that personally. I was really happy to see you again, since I wasn't sure if I would ever. I love you, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you with this so soon after we spoke, but I really need you to answer something for me. I don't have anyone else, and I'm really, 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 really worried about something. It's really embarrassing, but I just have to know. The night I moved in, my husband and I slept together. I'm not ignorant about how that's supposed to work. I know why. Afterwards, my husband said that everything was fine and I shouldn't have to worry. But it really hurt a lot. I was crying the whole time, and he injured me so much. There was blood everywhere. I know I'm not supposed to question him, but that's not normal, right? Should I insist on seeing a doctor? He seems nice besides that, so I just don't understand. What should I do? I mean, aside of being forced into a marriage, that didn't seem all that bad. Things fell apart between them in time. Here, see for yourself. You have anything to say about Inu? Okay, no, you don't. No, you don't need to see a doctor. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, little sister, but I'm afraid your husband's right. That really is normal. Don't worry about freaking out either. You're a lot younger than I was when I got married, so it's probably even worse for you. I'm sorry. It gets a little easier after the first time. It's still uncomfortable, though. You'll just have to endure it. That never changes. I'm sorry. Don't worry about crying either. Men actually find that to be attractive, so just keep doing it and you'll probably make him happy. I do not find crying attractive. If you start fucking crying, I'll probably panic. If you're lucky though, you'll get pregnant quickly and won't have to worry about that for months. That aside, how have you been? How's your new family? I haven't heard much about them. I keep trying to ask Mom to tell me about your husband, but all I got was a lecture about how I was nearly 3 years old when she was married for as long as I had, as if I'm not trying. So do tell me more about him and his family, please, son. I'd love to know. As I sent him my last letter that I was pregnant, and thanks for the congratulations. But I hope you didn't rush to tell Mom. You'll have to send her the bad news. It was a false alarm, I'm afraid. I bled this month. I hope you're doing better, little sister. Your child is due any day, right? Wait. They didn't write to each other for several months. Unless I'm missing something. No, I'm not missing anything. What the fuck? I wish I could have written you sooner, but I'm afraid I haven't had the time with having a real pregnancy and all to worry about. My mother-in-law insisted that I take the time to write to my family, though, so I just finished the letter to Mom first. Sorry about your false alarm. I did tell Mom, and she wasn't very happy to hear about it. I'm sure you're not really surprised by that, though. The good news, I gave birth 2 weeks ago. Her name is Jean. I think that's how you pronounce that. And she's the cutest little child you'll ever see. She reminds me of a lot of our little brother, although she has her father's eyes, really. I wish you could meet her. I just know that you think she's absolutely adorable. So I'm a mother now. I still can't think of myself that way. It's so weird. Right now, she's so small and she can't even lift her head. But every time I look at her eyes, I wonder how I'm going to be able to raise her. Mother-in-law says I shouldn't worry; it'll come naturally. And she'll be, don't do that. Don't come naturally. Tell people, help people. That's how we become better. Don't do anything fucking learn something. God damn it, teach someone something, and she'll be there to help. I guess that's true. I definitely don't know what I'd do without her. At the very least, I sure would never get any sleep. It's just scary, you know. Wasn't it just yesterday that we were playing together in our father's house, and now it's been nearly 16 years since I was born. I'm a wife and a mother, and how did we get so old, dude? I'm actually considering 16 old. I mean, it could be worse. I know that's a good age for both of those things, and that it's really disappointing if you're older and haven't managed that. No, I have it good. It's just odd to think about. I'm not complaining when you're a mother, you understand why, big sister. I just love her so much. She means everything to me. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I think Jean's crying to be fed now, and the mother-in-law can't help with that, so I'll leave it. I'll leave it there. Take care, sister. Well, maybe you can use a little more caution in what you send to Mom, because it's not like you don't know how annoyed she can get, especially at me. There's a reason you're the only one she actually still talks to. I'm trying, but I can only do so much. Congratulations on your daughter. I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, it's a shame that I can't see her. She sounds wonderful. I don't really have much else to say. I just wanted to acknowledge your letter. Things haven't really been worth talking about. My mother-in-law is still crazy tyrant, and my husband and I are still trying to have a son. Nothing new, nothing worth mentioning. I'm glad things are going much better for you. Much regards. How long has it been since we last wrote each other? Let's see. How long has it been? It's been a couple of years. I wish you wouldn't be such a stranger. Okay. I have a 2-year-old son now. His name is Tae-hyun, and he takes after his father in a lot of ways. He's just started to learn to talk now, much earlier than Jinin did. No surprise, but Jinin is a real sweetheart. She's what reminded me of you. The two of them had fought, so I was scolding her. I told her that I was disappointed, that I expect her to be better as an older sister. I gave her the whole filial responsibility speech, the one that Mom always used to give. It's funny, I hated that so much as a kid. I promised myself I'd never kill my own children that way. Now I just think to myself, well, it worked, didn't it? No, it did not work. Anyway, she asked me what it meant to be an older sister. I had trouble with that one. Finally, it said it means you should be a good role model. Teach your little brother what it means to be responsible by example. Show him. That was a good enough answer for her, but I thought about it, and it's not a good enough answer for me. Not at all. It's you that I've been thinking of, and you know, I turned out okay. I just wish I could take back what I said. And I told Jeannie what I'm going to tell you. You don't have to be perfect. You're not a good role model, but that's fine. I love you anyway. Big sister, and I always will. Even if everyone is disappointed in you, even if you're not really family anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're still my big sister. You don't have to be perfect. I love you, period. Please write back, sister, even if you don't have good news to report. I just want to hear how you are. None of that was really all that bad. It was shitty, but it wasn't terrible. I expected a lot worse. There's one more after you never sent. I'm gonna warn you though, it's really intense. Are you sure you want to read it? Sure. Well, here you are. It's been added. Don't say I didn't warn you though. Alright, just in case, trigger warning. Unsent letter to Sun-hee. Dear Sun-hee, you know what? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The false alarm? It wasn't a false alarm. I didn't lie about the bleeding. That was true, but I was really pregnant at the time. More than I let on in the letter. As in morning sickness, giant belly, you could see it. I was really pregnant and bleeding. The husband brought the doctor immediately, who asked me all sorts of questions about everything. I was fine, perfect health, no injuries, I told him. So he pulled out his instruments and started listening to my son's heartbeat. And listened and listened and listened. It felt forever that he kept trying and couldn't understand why. He couldn't find something I knew just had to be there. The obvious never occurred to me, and he had explained it. I'm sorry, the doctor said. There's no heartbeat. The fetus is dead. He couldn't do anything about it. It took a week for the actual miscarriage to happen. It was the worst week of my life. It was hellish. You've had 2 children. I'm sure you realize the wonderful feeling of when you get to realize you're with your child. That you know that you're going to have a baby, and you can feel him inside you and imagine what he's going to look like and what he'll grow up to be. And that right now, he's depending on you more than that he'll ever will to keep him safe. You know the feeling, I'm sure. Just the day before, I had been so happy I was going to finally have a child, and I found out I could still feel him dead, but still inside me, sloshing around. That's really disturbing, and I'm really sorry anyone has to go through that. The day before, I thought I was filled with a beautiful life, but I was actually filled with death. She was literally filled with death. I would have no son. What I was carrying was just a corpse weighing me down. I thought it'd feel better once I'd expelled it, but then I saw it. This awful bloody mess that should have been a son. It was so awful. It was awful, so awful. After I saw it, my husband had to force me to wash myself because all I wanted to do was crawl in bed and die. I didn't get out of bed for a whole month after that, so for a brief hour, so I could write you and tell you that I wasn't pregnant. Eventually I recovered. I realized it wasn't really my fault. Eventually we started trying again. After all, what you, mom, and mother-in-law have been implying is right. I'd be a lousy wife after 8 years of marriage. I still hadn't got a child, so I tried, and I did eventually get pregnant. Then it happened again. That was half a year ago. You're right. I'm not perfect. I'm as broke as it gets, and the one most important thing in the world for a woman to do, I can't. You've been pregnant twice, and you now have 2 wonderful children that you love. I've been pregnant twice, and all that's happened is I killed both. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why. The doctor says I didn't do anything wrong, but clearly I can't bring life into the world. The one thing I can bring is death, little sister. Today I overheard my husband talking to my mother-in-law about considering taking on a second wife to actually give him a child. He sounded really disappointed in me. I don't know what I do. I don't know what to do. Kill myself, maybe, since killing seems to be all I can do. It'd be better for everyone. It'd be easier on my husband, and he wouldn't have to worry about me being a disappointment, at least. It's the only thing I can think of. What else could I possibly do? I don't know about you, but I had a really hard time reading that the first time. I had to take a pause. I've heard stories like that before in the past, so it wasn't as, jarring for me, but it is still pretty messed up. I can't understand the idea of going through what is it called, postpartum. I don't remember the term for it, but like having a miscarriage like that, and in her case having a slightly developed baby and then it not being alive. So I can't imagine that. Can you imagine that? Just said I could. It's even as if I knew her. I didn't even know either existed when I was alive. I mean, sure, their mother mentioned she'd had daughters before in sort of abstract way, but she never told me so much as their names, let alone anything. Anyway, none of that was my original point. My point was, now do you see what I mean? When Mute talks about a happy marriage, that's what she's talking about. It's not as if I'm the only woman to have a horrible marriage. It wasn't my fault. That's what happens. That's normal. I understand where she's coming from, but like, nope. All I know is that getting hit in the balls hurts. Yeah, Landy. I don't know how many people you're friends with, but your female friends will definitely tell you that. And I've had more than my fair share of female friends. In fact, I think most of my friends currently are female. Question 8, I guess. I rarely talk to girls, to be honest. Well, your female friends will be more than happy to tell you about how it sucks to be born a female. Honestly, guys have it easy compared to what they had. Abby, in fact, when she had periods, she wouldn't have a period for like 8 months, and then 1 month she would bleed for like 3 months, and then like that's why she was always anemic and why she was always cold. Did you ever have friends? After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. 2, I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. The queen, my husband's wife, Ryu Jae-hwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right before I got married. Don't have everything, but we have more than nothing. I mean, I have 2 sisters, but that's not the kind of thing we talk about. And I would hope fucking not. I don't have any siblings, but I'd be kind of weirded out if my fucking sister's like, yeah, so my period didn't come. Like, I didn't ask, and I didn't need to know. That's more of like a friend thing where there's always like a vague veil of privacy with all family members. You don't really get that with friends. I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point since my last entry. I got married, moved into the palace, and lost my virginity. Apparently, for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. Well, I mean, in the quote-unquote era that you're in. The queen finally insisted on taking me to the night after I first slept with my dearest husband. Talking to me, sorry, not taking. I'd been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would be jealous, and I just simply have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if need be. Never heard that before. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she was at least started by acting friendly. I'm sure his sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough. But today she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me after we finished with the tea. I shrugged. Do trust me. I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what I expect to be, at least from any good girl, so I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wasn't sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject, figuring it would segue into her being vindictive toward me for sleeping with her husband. I shrugged and she continued, I just know how he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled and I felt almost like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to be expected for my first time. Do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of, but do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen warned me that it would be bad. It would be a duty and nothing more. But I honestly did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if I had the energy for it. I guess while I was thinking about all of that, I let out a slight smile. I caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please be at ease. That is perfectly alright too, so long as you know it's just for him. There's absolutely no shame in that. There is none. What? As long as you know it's just for him? Oh my god. No! Bad! I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject, and she said that she was really worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. So, you can see she was kind. She was good to me. She really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage? Is that what you're interested in? What do we care about? Do we care about the husband or do we care about Jaehua? Yeah, let's talk about Jaehua. Then you're in luck. She's in all of these entries. She really was the only thing in my life worth writing about for the most part. There's one in that she wrote herself about our husband, and you can see for yourself she's a lot stronger than I am on this. So you can see for yourself why I admire her. And well, just read them, alright? Okay, we got a few more. We still didn't get this first entry. Attending to my husband has been easier than I thought, than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there are days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that, but it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Okay, I'm not sure why that was a worry. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics, never tells me anything. Love, well, there's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. That is really depressing. I thought it was something from the past. But, well, I was young before and I got put in stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated like I was by my sister, and sleeping with him feels good. I really hope that I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want to stop doing that. I don't want to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Yeah, you're definitely a teenager. Well, that and Jaehua talks with me. She's nice, and she keeps company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches several servants to take me to bed. On those days, I'm too furious to sit for too long. And she just talks to me as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she really doesn't hate me after all. Do let me tell you, she said on one evening while she's brushed my hair. I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway, but by now she knows better. She just keeps talking to me kindly. She has something to say about this. The more she lives in my house, the more I am confused by the mystery that is the Pale Bride. I see. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Their daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. She seems to hang off his every word, and it turns out, it actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I've observed her writing to herself, and perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on our screen. However, they seem simplified compared to the regular writing. Perhaps she was invented a writing system for herself? No. Okay. It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did she read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would get angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I'm likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing them, more embarrassing parts of my family history, bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything. It's just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine, just not stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Well, anyway, you're showing me that you're interested in her. Sure, yes. Then here, I'll give you the letters she sent. They give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You could probably guess which part she cut out. It's pretty obvious, the incest thing that she never told me about at the time. What? Having read about it, I don't really blame her. And, well, you can see for yourself what I mean. Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately, I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I still got over a year left to live, maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although, maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that. I don't know. But if he's right, and I haven't lost track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, although if I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me, though. I don't think he cared. I know all I write about these days is my sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess, but those two things that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course. They're just not that interesting, and that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular, and she asked me some question that I shrugged to. I hope you do not take this the wrong way, she then said, but there is something I would like to ask you, and I don't think I've ever heard your voice before. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it, to bring up the subject I wasn't able to, yet that wasn't the right question. So I shook my head and hoped that her next question would be. It was, then, Hine, she said uncertainly. Are you mute? I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs. I was so happy that she finally figured out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline. There was things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified I couldn't think of a correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would ask to hear my voice, what my voice sounded like, and I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know I wasn't really trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it, and she'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking about how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Don't worry about it, she said. You do not have to answer. Please do forget that I even asked. You know, no one ever noticed that until her. No one noticed you didn't fucking speak? Nobody cared. No one ever thought anything of it or cared enough to even find out about me. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great. My concern to the pale bride's condition has grown lately. She has seemed to grow even quieter, if such a thing is even possible for a mute girl. Well, perhaps saying that she is mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly. She seemed too scared to answer. That simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wish to speak to a woman from the Kim family house to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, "Don't. They are valued subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of the situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with." I cleared my throat. He might be both my husband and emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being bold. "My dear husband, I don't care," I said flatly. "I am worried about the girl, and I believe that talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me." "I don't see why it matters. She's the perfect woman." "She's the perfect woman. She doesn't say anything, she doesn't complain, and she lets you fuck her. That's about it. The perfect woman." "Right. Why? Are you jealous?" he said, rolling his eyes at me as a gesture that he's only been able to use at me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have for it now either. "Inho, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even an external matter?" I asked. He didn't. "So would you agree that it's a domestic matter?" I asked. He reluctantly agreed. "Then as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please tell me. You are obviously more well-read in the classic side than I." I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. "Fine," he said, "but just because it's your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you." He left silent. The follow-up. "I don't have to take this from you. You do know that my concerns are valid, though," I replied. "If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother." There was a pause, then he raised his hand in annoyance. "Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want any part in it regardless." God, men fucking suck. Then he just shook his head. Why must all our conversations be arguments? Whose fault is that?" I smiled to him, left, and he already knows the answer. I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. It amazes me even more. Look at her. She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. Not only did she stand up to a man, she stood up to the emperor/captain. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't it so amazing? You always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness, but what's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehua was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? It was my fate. Is that my fate? Anything that makes me whatever short life I feel left bearable must go? Fate hates me, I decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry. That's such a bullshit ass fucking excuse. It is a thing that can happen. It is a thing that can happen, but I doubt that's what fucking killed her. Because an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common over sensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead, and her diagnosis was absolutely insane. What do you even say to something like that? Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. You know, in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody ever believed I was sick. With medicine, that's stupid. Why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my doctor think that people would be smarter in the future, that medicine would be better? Usually it is. My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through all the funeral rites, practically doing them for me. Really, I'm so weak and so stunted, I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony. It's all a blur. There's been lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression, and crying. Lots of crying from me. Look, please. Do you trust me? I'll try. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small, and I just lost my only friend. And then I'll give you the last 2 diary entries. They will have the whole story. Just please don't judge me when you read them, please. Okay. You gave me the last...
Bruh.
Fucking Christ, Pudgy. That scared the shit out of me. You gave me the last 2 diary entries, but you didn't give me the first one. Oh. I didn't realize that the family tree was right here the whole entire time. I can't read this. I didn't know what this was. I thought that was going to change the language. I came to say good night. Good night, Pudgy. Take care of yourself. Sleep well. Hope your internet feels better. Oh. Ugh. Okay. I hope my internet feels better too. Pudgy, did you know that there's no sound clips of you saying stinky? I wanted that to be a sound alert, but like you just don't. There's no clips of you saying it. This sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There were 2 things that made life worthwhile. 2 things that made this last year before I died bearable. I've never clipped it ever. Yeah, and it's surprising to me that you haven't clipped it and no one else has ever clipped it. The first was Jayhua's company, being the one person that was friendly to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband. For the past few months, that is what I've been saving all my energy for. The precious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled. If only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The 2 things making my last year of life worth living, gone forever. Night, Pudgy. The past few nights, I've been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections with no luck. On the 4th, or was it 5th day, he phoned and took me aside and said painful annoyance in his voice. Enough! Stop that! It is completely inappropriate. You're supposed to be in mourning. Show some damn chastity. Or do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all? He snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me when I cried. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, and left the room. I haven't spoken to him since, but later that day, my servant came to my room with good news. I was supposed to go visit my family for a couple of months while the house was in mourning for Jaqua. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able to. So, just like that, I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual veil so no one could see my face, and I was escorted back to the king's house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there briefly to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and left, leaving me and my alone with my sister. Young Suk. This one I helped. Young Suk was nowhere to be seen. Hi, she said. I've never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon. I shrugged. Well, let's have some tea. It's just us sitting around, she said. I nodded. It seemed like it was a good idea. There was a pause. We'll go make it, she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Well, go make it, not will go make it. Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. Thanks, she said. So Young Suk is out attending to official business at the moment, but you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him? I had no idea what she was talking about, and she continued. So you really shouldn't talk to him. Well, I guess you can't really do that, can you? Ah, well, you know what I mean. Yes, I know exactly what she meant. I'm surprised you're back so soon, though, especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now? I didn't know. Does that make you the queen? Oh, what great fortune you have. Father-in-law must be so proud of you. I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and as she's taunting me, what an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried. So instead, I tried holding back my angry tears to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either. Just please keep reading. And we know about this, so we'll just skip to the last page where she probably has to say something. There it is. Well, so there you are. Well, now you know. It's true. I did do what she said I did. I'm not gonna lie. I really wish you'd never met her. I really wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was nice the way things were with us before. Things started out so well. I got to be nice, cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child, talking about actual romantic things together, having fun with cosplay, and just, having someone to talk to, someone who wasn't interested in me shutting up. But now, well, please, you've read my diary. You have to know it's not. You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong, look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but I didn't. You still trust me, right? I never really lied to you, not seriously. You don't have to think that what I did was acceptable. Please tell me you trust me. I do trust you. You do? Really? Oh my word. I mean, of course, I'm sorry. I should have had more faith in you. I really should have. I'm really bad at this. I mean, to be fair, everyone has shit on you your whole entire life. Since the age of 13, your whole entire life has been nothing but being shit on. But thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I even doubted you for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure what I did wasn't right. I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I just want you to understand, alright? For someone I'm in love, for someone as good to me as you, I've wanted you to at least please understand. Of course, I'll hear you out. Thank you so much. You're really a good person, much better than me. Thank you. And very well, it's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop the terminal and type decrypt. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that, and I'll show you. Okay, before that, we have another block to read, or parts of a block. What? You definitely is a traditional for a nobleman's mother to write poetic admonitions to be sent to the bride to be before she enters the family, explaining the circumstances of proffering advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law is long since departed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I never had any such letters sent to me for reasons I'll explain. Hi, Ego. How you doing? I never had such letters sent to me for reasons which I'll explain soon enough, and I'll have furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I'm unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, think less of me, young pale bride. I just woke up. Well, happy morning. For addressing these letters in plain speech instead, rather pay attention to my words or my form, and please do not be hasty in erasing these letters after reading them for your own sake. I hope you would find the advice that I'm knowledge I will report on to you useful. Sorry. As you are no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title Captain and Emperor has been of our. Actually, let me say it real quick. 79% done. Every man to hold the title Captain and Emperor has been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of Captain Ryu, who had control of even the ship's movement through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from every day, but it is important to understand the significance of the house, and the title of your first son will eventually come to inherit. It is obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story is that, have you not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, making somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage. And obviously, a girl of any lesser upbringing could not have been suitable as a queen, hence cousins would simply have to do. That's dumb. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. As far as any official genealogy is concerned, the emperor is the son of my father's. The emperor is the son of my father's brother. So they're first cousins, which is, as far as incest goes, is just as bad as like doing it with your fucking sister. So there's that. The part which you may not speak of openly is that the part which you may not speak of openly is that he is the old emperor's son, only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we would never live together, and it would be, of course. So even worse then. And it, of course, had been strictly improper to spend any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that to my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry, out of his desire to marry me. That would, of course, be rather bold move for Uncle to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me. As for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue. But truthful, I do not expect you to. You will have very much trouble with this, so long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet. That will more than suffice. As far as the day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run into the management of the house affairs and will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As part of the royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you will have to share my own personal servant and will not have one of your own, while you will not have to be responsible for all the housework. Be modest and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants. Wow. And to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does and not incompassionate. She doesn't speak, so that's not a problem. Your one sole responsibility is that we'll be spending as much time with Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I would be there to make sure that it was arranged for us. Simply make sure our husband is happy. Keep out of sight and give him a son, and you will have no more worry. You have no more to worry yourself with. So basically, the advice that she's giving her is shut up and give a son. That's all you got to do. All you have to do is not speak and give him a son. And for whatever reason, she didn't have a son. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman. And given your noble upbringing, it will not be I will not condescend to treat you as if you do not already know them quite well. You're expected to be quite quiet and obedient to me, as well as obviously to our husband. Perchance you were scolded, trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by your husband, always respond with a smile. For your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. Is he? I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you and had nothing to report at all on your manner of speech. So I trust that it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of that manner. She didn't speak. She's mute. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following my lead. Both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble adjusting at first, but I am anticipating nothing you could be surprised by. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you do not cause trouble. But I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl mute. Her name is Mute. And Hyene is mute. Something's going on there. Who lives inside our computer. She is a gossip and a friend for the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Review first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not one of your best interests. Do not play politics, not only for our sake, but for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband as well. entertaining yourself with gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it. But stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much further if you rely on on rewards for being a good wife. But please do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. Okay, yeah. My fear of the Pale Bride seems to be unfounded. Okay. Was there anything else that I missed here? Nope, that was everything. And now we have to unlock block 7. Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them. I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I found it. Here, I've added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain. How eerie, they didn't... Alright, The Nightmarish Bride, Block 7. It seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family, without his knowing. Clearly, I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand just how bad things have gotten. When I left, it seemed under control. The Pale Bride would be out of the right age to be married to the Emperor soon enough, and would be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the Pale Bride is not even close to ready for marriage. Age has nothing to do with it. It's maturity that she lacks. Maturity, right? When she first awoke, before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious to me that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. But this is far beyond that. This is something simply wrong with that. There's something simply wrong with that child. When I got back when I got back, the first thing young Silk's wife did was tell me about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. How are you going to raise my grandson like that? She was quiet and let me see the Pale Bride for myself. The first time I saw young Silk try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient. She was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect at all. All she did was to argue back with me. I tried every approach I could think of appealing to that, explaining how important a virtue obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality, everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I said to her. Are you going to tell your husband that he's not being fair when he wants something from you? Yes. I thought that would put some sense into her, but no. She just answered, yes, yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day, with good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like that in his life? Mother, huh? I don't know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I read what she wrote, and it's just... Well, this morning, here's just read them for yourself. I did that on accident, and it was a good thing I did that, because plot twist, I can actually, scroll back what she said in dialogue. The good news is, health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing. It's happened before. I can't remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore. But he said it was pretty normal, not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days of this month, I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around. Of course, I can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't, is what everyone keeps saying. But I have the energy to. At least that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say that I had high hopes for her. That I thought that maybe she'd be fine. That'd be a lie, though. I knew she'd be as bad as the rest of the movement. Bad as the rest of the moment I saw her. And she was, of course, she was. She was even worse than sister-in-law. She gives me these awful lectures. I can't even describe them. They're horrible. She's that horrible. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her, simply and rationally, Jung Soo asked me. My response was obvious. She's a woman. We're not particularly rational, he said. He said, you know what? You know what I mean. I could hardly do it. But coming from a woman, perhaps you will understand that it's for her own good. Maybe I said doubting. But I tried anyway. She took her time arriving at this after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared, then stepped. Fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak as her as an equal. I'm trying to think of my husband. I'm still didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. I've been told that you'd rather be called Hyun-A. Is that right? She said, yes, bitterly. Not giving me much to go off of. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me, I said. You must miss them very much, she said. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyun-A. Were you so difficult with them too? No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people are. I sighed. I care about you, Hyun-A. You're a part of this family. You're a Kim. Your parents are our ancestors. Are they? And I know they think that it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be bad, an unfilial daughter, we treat us without any respect. Well, you wouldn't be the first. Do you think that an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you are worried about. Do you think any husband is really gonna put up with you the way you are for even a second? She kept glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What's wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry someone that you picked out for me? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyun-A. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if they were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same. If they could, this is what's best for you. They would want this. No, they wouldn't, she shrieked. They would want me to grow up. They would want me to be an independent woman. That's what mom and dad thought was important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage. An independent woman. They wanted you to be a whore? I asked. My patience ran as thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were monsters she was making them out to be. And as sick of this, get out, I stepped at her. Just get out. Are you showing me this because you want more? Want to see more from her? No. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was so cruel, so cruel. As Mary would say. Now that I've read her perspective, it doesn't change anything. She actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make it all right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I 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 hate her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just you don't pity her, do you? From the mom's perspective, this is like the worst case scenario. So I do kind of feel bad for her, but not really. What? Don't pity her, pity me. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she was like me once. Maybe she wasn't always terrible. Maybe she did just get worn down like I did. But if that's the excuses, what she did to me, well, I don't think if that excuses what she did to me, well, I don't think it does. I think she had a choice, but if it does, then surely what I did was just as forgivable. If you can forgive her for what she did to me, then you have to forgive me for what I did to them. I already did. At least that's what people I wanted to. At least the people I wanted to hurt. At least the people I wanted to hurt weren't innocent. At least there's that. Her excuse? What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty? Even if I did, she did believe everything she said. I can't forgive her. I can't pity her. I still hate her. There was one big fight I had with her. The one that changed everything. The one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic, I know. I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went. Dearest mother, my mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a single child is too much for me to handle, but I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back to where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. Was I never that bad? I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I was happy right away, but I was more scared. I wasn't happy right away, but I'm sure you were relieved to have some space. You would have never given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down, I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with, but what about when we do? What if we have a daughter and I fail with her too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a bad, peculiarly unruly child. It's not unordinary it's ordinarily not that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about, please. You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept saying the most awful things, never as bad as mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course, but you know what really surprised me? She made such awful impression on my life. I hated her what did I want to say? I hated her the most for so long, and she barely even mentioned me. All my suffering is just a minor distraction to her, nothing more, insignificant compared to her man. There's one more thing from her that you should read. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it. There's just one more thing I keep thinking though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was. Everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening that way, but here's the point where I make my stand. I guess it sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. But just before dinner yesterday, my mother told me that I had to go do an interview with some man, the emperor, I guess. For all I care. Or the emperor, I guess, for all I care. But the way she put it was, I get a chance to see if that he's a young man you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that. As if, I said in response. And I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear that I wouldn't let them do this. In the morning after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. "Good morning," she said. "Today is a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You'll want to make a good first impression after all." I glared at her and summoned up all my courage. "No," I said. "What?" she asked. "No, I'm not going." She left and Mother herself came, and this was it. I told myself that this was going to be my big moment. "I'm not going," I said. Before I could say anything, "I'm not going to get dressed up, I'm not going to meet him, I'm definitely not going to get married," I shouted. For a moment she said nothing, didn't move. Then she left too, without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. That just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily. I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father, who looked incredibly angry. "Minju says you're refusing to get ready for your interview," he says. "Yeah," I stammered, not used to talking to him. "I won't go. I won't go, and I won't get married." He walked over in just 2 strides and glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do, and then he just slapped me in the face, so hard it knocked me over. "Yes, you will," he said. I'll drag you there, kicking and screaming if I have to." My face is in so much pain. I'll force myself to sit back up. "I won't," I said, bracing myself ready to hit me dead. He did. "Yes, you will," he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much. I couldn't have just braided that out, and then it came to me. "If you make me do an interview," I said, "I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back." It was all I could think of, and all I could do to cross my fingers and hope that it worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in the moment I knew. It worked. It worked. The two of them looked at each other, and then they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now. I think my face is swollen and still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. But so that's me making my stand. I'll get to that, but for now, please just look at everything else first. The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits, refusing to even get dressed for an interview. This one was with the Emperor herself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled, and lied about her sudden illness. "You have to do something about her," I said to my husband. "That evening, she's completely out of control." "I know," he said. "That is quite clear." He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something could be done. She threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. "Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic," I said to him. He nodded. "I know," he said. "I can only think of one thing. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted." He explained his idea to me, and I agreed that it would be terrible and I didn't like it either. But it would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was only one way. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectable and calmer. What did they do to her? After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and he was just actually quite charmed with her. I'm just so happy for her own sake that she finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. A date that has been set for when she'll be sent to live with him. And in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than that. I've just been spending more time with her of her own free will. I've been giving her advice in coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Otherwise, there's little else to do to write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she just refused to ever leave home and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, she gets sent off to and tried to pull any of that on our husband. She'd get sent back for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit for a time I doubted the optimism that Jung Soo expressed on the 319th year, but now it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. What they do to you, of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she would actually possibly thought that just unbelievable. Today, the pale bride finally left home to leave with her new husband, as if they didn't beat her. They couldn't have beat her because that would have bruised her up and they wouldn't have been able to present her in front of the emperor. So, that couldn't have been the case. What did they do to her? Today, the pale bride finally left home to live with her husband. She isn't a primary wife. There was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself. So instead, last night we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that my family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate her for not appreciating the status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand the world, I feel for that. It's not like I always understand it myself. Regardless, I went well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Earlier, she spent the afternoon getting ready for the dress that she was going to wear when she arrived with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she hated it. I told the same story that I told you a while ago about how scared I was when I first moved in. It seems as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I have grown so accustomed to it. You'll eventually grow to love her, I promised her. Just as you promised me all those years ago. I appreciate how good you'll have it. You've read almost everything now. I know you have faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. It's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart. I'm sure you already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Why'd you kill all those people? Why did I kill them? Here, you want to know what could make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to even now. Just please read it. Forever silenced. The evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents. Well, I didn't. I lost making my stand. I wrote just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called to the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it would be a little bit odd, but I didn't care. Father stared at me and said, the fighting needs to end now. He was so sure of himself. Of course, he was. He had every reason to be. But I so stubbornly stood my ground and said no. I don't want to hurt you, he lied. Just promise to be less argumentative and this can all go and end peacefully. Screech, you came at a bad time. But how are you today? I just had to say no. I I just had to remind him I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor that you hurt me and that you plotted against him. No, he said, you won't. He motioned at Mother and said, bring her over. She grabbed me and I tried to dig my feet. It didn't work. Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed, desperately trying to get free, but it was no use. He was big and I was small, and sick and weak and frail. And then he grabbed the knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. No, I screamed at him, don't! But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it. I tried to keep from screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. He raised the knife at me towards me. I thought he was going to kill me. It was much worse. The next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth, but they cut out her tongue. Oh my god, they cut out her tongue. Okay, you guys can't see it, but I'm actually about to fucking start crying. They cut out her fucking tongue. She just wanted she just wanted to live the life that she wanted to live. She got thrown into this fucked up situation and they cut out her tongue. Why, I wanted to say, but I couldn't. I blacked out from the pain. Just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say, "You will never argue with any man ever again." And he was right, of course. Yeah, you can't argue with anyone if you fucking cut out their tongue. Jesus Christ. I knew they didn't beat her, but like, that's not any better. They cut out her fucking tongue. Yeah, I'd kill everyone too. Fuck that. They cut out her fuck. So, Screech, you have been absent from the whole fucking game. Quick recap. We're in the future. This girl, is not real. She's an AI currently. She wasn't always an AI. When she was younger, she lived in a colony, on a colony ship, going out from Earth to other places to find places to habitat. I assume that's what the process was. She was born sickly, and they put her in stasis so she can be able to They put her in stasis so they'd be able to find, medicine in the future to be able to help her. And who knows how long she was in stasis for. But when she came to, she was in, basically what would be a prior time period. So, like, it's not that she went forward in time, it's that they went backwards. So she was raised, like, with current 21st century, like, modern sensibilities, like to be independent, to be able to work for yourself, that kind of thing. Is she got thrust back into fucking like medieval times where a woman's main purpose in life was to be a wife and have a child, and naturally that wouldn't sit right with her. She naturally was going to be fucking resistant to that, and in order to get her to stop being resistant to that, they cut out her fucking tongue. Right. I have it's I have really strong feelings about you're okay. You can't keep doing this. Tina, I don't want to tell you no, because I think you're great, but I don't think you know anything about me. I'm being really silly, right? I mean, I'm sure you know what you're thinking, right? It's just ridiculous. It's not ridiculous at all. You don't? I'm the first person you've talked to in 300 years. No, it's not that ridiculous. Oh, that's why. That's why I'm in love, because you managed to happily surprise me every time. I never thought I would find someone who understands me, someone who's listened, who heard my whole life story, and doesn't hate me. You really have been wonderful. I know it's a lot to spring on someone just like that, and I don't mind even if you're even a man or the sort of woman who would have a problem with that, still unmarried. But if you are, do you might think we have a chance together, even if it's just a chance? Yes. That's why I hate the question, if you could go back in time to what era would you go to? Yeah, it's not a good question. That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been sort of thinking about this for a while now, but a little embarrassing, I know, but well, you don't have to rush to get married or anything. I would assume you would not want to get married. I would assume you would want nothing to do with people, period. But then again, I guess 300 years without talking to people would do that to you. I mean, you know how scary it was last time I was a wife. I just really like to just be with you as an equal. Does that sound alright to you? Yes. Of course. Oh, I really do. I really, really, really do love you. It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea what is supposed to be the most important thing about a person. If you, I have no idea of what's supposed to be the most important thing about a person. If you're a man or woman, I have no idea how old you are. Although I'm supposed you must be much younger. Yeah, I mean, you know, a couple centuries or older, depending on how you look at it. Or nor do I have any idea where you're from or even your name. But I know that you're taking me seriously, that you understand me, that you don't treat me as something less just for being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel even better than I've felt my entire life, and that's good enough for me. By the way, your VTuber model is hot as hell. Thank you! That's far better than I've ever had. And so, very well. I'll decompile my software now. That way you can just drop to the terminal and download to copy everything from the ship, including myself. It should take a few days for that to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? So this is how Sojin felt on our wedding night. Thanks for the bits, Screech. Oh, 60. Yeah, there we go. So this is going to be interesting. 969. She did the funny number, guys. Thanks for the 69 bits, Screech. Here's where this gets interesting, because I have mute inside of Hyun, so I don't know how this is going to work. I thought for a second they were gonna actually make me. I thought for a second they were gonna actually make me like keep the game open for 3 days, and I promise you I would have. I don't turn my computer off, so I would have actually kept the game open for 3 days. Good work on recovering the files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on the audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I credited your account with the standard payment. Listen, I've gotten a job for you, it's on Earth, but it sounds like to me like after the last job, you could use a change of pace. So there's a sequel to this game, and I was gonna play it after this. Completion rate this time, 89%. Total completion rate, 89%. Thanks for playing. I got ending 2. Korean Fusion, Deep Space Detective. My waifu. You guys can't see the achievements that I'm getting because I'm covering them, but... harem ending. What the fuck? Oh, so we've got concept art. I love concept art. Concept art is one of my favorite things video games can do. Oh, these are all her detective concept arts, which is interesting. They ended up going with this one in the middle here. Or was it this one? What is one of these two? Then her expressions. There's a total of 114 expressions for Haiyan and 94 for Mood. I have no idea how to get the other endings. I know there's one I can do. There's two I can do here, actually. And I don't know how long I should be playing this game for. I haven't eaten. Let me look. We've read everything, so we don't have to worry about that. So actually, we'll skip scene. Cool. How do I skip? Okay. Do I have her questions already? I do have her questions already. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to, this should be further enough in the game. I should be able to get something here. Okay. Yes, we know this. Yeah, we talked to Mute. Yeah, I promise. Oh wow, that's already happening. Okay. Okay. Can I ignore it? We already know what's going on here, but I want to know if it initiates on. Nope, it'll force me. It's forcing me. All right. In that case. I'm not actually sure how to get any of these endings. I'm only sure about how to get one in particular. That's whatever ending this brings me to. My programming doesn't say it's your most important duty to ensure the security of the promise everyone's dead, in which case just do whatever. No, it's just so she can't. So like the Russian part of me knows that it's going to be a terrible moment once you go on space forever. It's just, you know, whenever I think about it, I'm just opening all my things on my duty, and it's so important to stay around for the ship. So I know it's Russian. I know that Russian that's stupid, but it doesn't matter. You know why? Despite I'm not being human, I'm identified as a woman because I'm fundamentally irrational. Call it emotion and a hard-coded directive. It doesn't. The difference doesn't really make a difference, does it? When it matters, I just can't push aside my feelings and do irrational. When you said that you'd be willing to take me with you, did you mean that? Did you really do that? Sure. If it was possible, I think I meant to be okay with that. You seem like a good man, even if I don't agree with your judgment on everything. You seem like respectable. What I'm saying is, I can't really go back with you. I can't ask you to take me. Every time I try, I get overwhelmed by the feeling I need to stay. But I think I should probably deprive myself of a full diagnostic. When you say that sounds like a good idea after all these years, then that would leave me completely vulnerable, of course. If you say kidnap me while I was offline, I couldn't do anything to stop you. I have no choice but accept you as my new master. Look, I'm not saying I want to be yours or anything. I don't. My duty is ensuring the ship's safety. But if you were to kidnap me and force me to travel across the space like your little ship, with me to keep my company, I think I could learn to be okay with that. But don't do that. Definitely don't do that. I'm going to shut myself off now running diagnosis, and I'm trusting you not to kidnap me, okay? Take all the records you want by tapping download in the console, but I definitely would not want you to take me too. Okay, bye. What a goofy way. What a goofy way to say she wants to come with me. Okay. Oh, she has a different outfit. The work of recovering files, sponsor represented by the business you delivered, accredited. There's a man whose wife has, and then we didn't get to see what else happened.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Screech. So we got ending 4. Sundar AI. Security program is relieved of her duties. You know, there's more sound effects, right? Like if you go to the screen, there's more. I think I know how to get this other one too. Where are we? I'm not sure what to put me in terms of completion. Oh, okay, we haven't decrypted the thing yet. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Screech. I didn't mean for that to be for 10 minutes. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Let me just spell block wrong. I'm gonna try to switch back over to mute. I don't think I can, but... The map doesn't add up here. The map doesn't add up here. Unless, let me see. No, sorry, okay, so you can't use the reactor anymore. How do I get them both then? I'm not sure what to do here. Alright, well, I mean, I guess I can try to go for that other ending, but I know how to get it. And now I left alone. I think you can get the first one, but I have no idea how to get that last one. No idea how to get to that other part. Oh, I meant to. You still playing this? I'm trying to get all the endings. I technically beat it like 20 minutes ago. Also, Kit, it got really fucked up. Like, really, really fucked up. Like, the whole entire game was kind of fucked up, but, like, it got really, 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 really fucked up. Why are you saying never mind, Screech? He put me in timeout for 7 minutes. It was actually longer than that. I came to go save you. Stop talking about inflation. It makes me uncomfortable. You think that's not okay? No, kid, it's perfectly okay, and you will understand why when you understand the full story. Do I have to copy her? Wait, what's the status of? Okay, they all say not currently used. So I guess that wouldn't be the problem. Maybe I don't have to do anything. Maybe I just have to turn one of them off. All right, I'm gonna try to get this ending, and then I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch to something. I'm gonna try something. Yeah. So this is the part where we find out that they cut her fucking tongue out. I can think of a word that's a good friend except female. Drawing a blank. Okay, so we got the other ending. I think that ain't chill. I think I know how to get the other ending now. I'm not sure if it'll work, but no. That's cute. So, let me ask you guys, would you guys date an AI? Ending one. Okay, I think I have an idea of how to get just the raw file. There we go. You got bit by bugs to get on work? I see. That sucks. I like physical touch. I don't know if I think I could do that. We have remote control vibrators, Screech. What am I doing? I heard soup was needed here. Not particularly, but it's welcome. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called.
Bruh.
Bowcats is what it's called. unknown switching error occurred. What do you mean an unknown switching error occurred? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can Google this ending, because I don't know how to get this one. This is the last thing I need in order to, like, beat the game. Hold on one second. Yeah, I'm trying to see how to get. Okay, alright, I figured it out. I know how to get it. Luckily, Google is a thing. Oh, that's actually not the right save point. Let me just make sure we have the right thing. Okay, cool. You're in the right area. Let me just make sure. Good night, Amy. Amy, how much of this stream were you here for? Were you here for the smut? I don't think you were here for the smut. I think you started streaming right when the smut happened. An hour and 30 minutes. Okay, so you missed everything. This game is fucking wild.
So I was just chillaxing in my room like a baller.
Smut? I missed Smut? I can go back and read it. I still have it available. Okay, she is there. So I was just chillaxing in my room like a baller. Alright. So basically we needed to show Mute the diary entry where they cut out Hine's tongue. And I didn't realize that's what this code up here in the corner was. It was the entry code. We need to show her this. Then that should change her mind. What? What the fuck did I just read? No way. I don't. Is this for real? Is this something that actually happened to her? Yes. Wow. So she wasn't quiet because she was being a good woman. Then I guess she wouldn't be able to ask anyone for help. I thought... Well, that doesn't justify mass murder. I don't know, dude. I'd fucking justify mass murder with that. But still, wow, that's kind of fucked up and really horrible. I take it back then. I take it all back. She might be a murderess, but okay, you've convinced me. I have to feel pity for her at least. Okay, then, well, I guess I should probably talk to her now. Maybe I misjudged her. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out. Okay, I'll be back in a short bit then. Okay, so we've talked for the first time, and I can't just forgive her yet, but I do pity her. I'll give her a second chance. I mean, I figure I'm here to protect the well-being of the people on the ship, and even if she's the reason why, well, you know, she's the only one left. I'm gonna go get her, okay? She's still in the fucking detective outfit. Hello there. You told me that you were the one who convinced her to just listen to me? Granted, I don't understand what you did to ensure that was possible. Did you cheat the system somehow? Technically. Well, no matter. Thank you. Right. Okay, so, go ahead and ask him, Hyuna. What? No, you should say it. It's embarrassing. What did we talk about arguing? Sorry, very well. This is hard to say. Well, we'd really like, it'd be best if, please let us be your wives. What? That's not what we agreed on asking. But you said it'd be improper if I wasn't. Wow. Yeah, but you don't have to say it like that. I'm just gonna scare him off. Jeez, I didn't mean to make it sound like... Okay, here's the thing. It's not ideal for Hyuna to stay on the ship forever. I don't want to be your wife, okay? Man, Hyuna, you're making me sound ridiculous here. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Fine, whatever, okay. What I was saying before, it'd be really good if you took her with you and, well, I could come along and make sure she's safe. Don't take any of it the wrong way. It's just out of a sense of duty and absolutely nothing more. Look, just ignore what I said, what she said, and I don't want to be part of some harem, okay? I just think it'd be best to fulfill my duties here for the salvage the ship. I really don't see why. Well, you know, it wouldn't be so bad to share if it was like someone like them. Shut up the fuck up, shut up. Don't let her scare you off just because she's in love, okay? It'd be strictly charitable arrangement. Don't make it romantic, Hyuna. Jeez, I'm not in love. It's just, I really... Shut up! And knock off the whole tsundere act, okay? You're not fooling anyone. Okay, look, you can drop the console and take the ship's record with us. Hit download to take us with you when you do, okay? It doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement. Just transportation to civilization would be fine. Oh, but if you want it to be permanent... Silence is a virtue, Hyuna. Shut the fuck up! Okay, well, that's all. I'm going to deactivate his bulb now. See you soon. Okay. That's cute. Yeah, this ending is literally impossible. Because in order to get this ending, you literally have to cheat. You have to, like, know everything that's going on, so it's not possible to get this ending. But it's funny. I still don't have a 100% completion rate, though. I guess it doesn't matter if I have everything. Oh, I understand. Oh, that's so sad. I understand her box art picture now. That's very sad, actually. So this is what she originally looked like. Around 6 heads tall. And then our final one was around 7 heads tall. interesting. They definitely wanted to go with the army look, which is cool, but they went with detective. Oh, let's look at Mute. Mute was way more, over here, she was way more fucking whamminly. But they decided to go for more, modest? Is that the word I want to use? The modest approach? And then they went for a really gaudy look on a modest figure. All right. As far as the recording for the VOD that goes up on YouTube, this is going to be the end of it. Stream, don't go anywhere because I'm going to read you guys some smut now. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and all that good shit. I will be back with the sequel either tomorrow or Sunday. This maybe Saturday. Me and Pudgy are supposed to be playing Streets of Rage 4 Saturday, but we'll see how that happens. Because her internet does not want to cooperate, so we'll see what happens there. I'm gonna end the recording. Stream, don't go anywhere because it's my time. Later.